Test mic, test. So, dapat yan. Sir Jonald.
Sir, basta.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
Tinitesting ko lang yung sa YouTube kung nagpi-feedback.
Ano yun? Naka-zoom ka na? Naka-YouTube ka pa, sir?
Yes sir, naka-YouTube tayo ngayon.
Baka naman tumalino tayo masyado niyan. Dalawa-dalawa. Early bird. Meron yatang powered si Sir Ronel pag sa mga early bird. Eh.
Ayan. Sige sir, standby lang muna tayo sir habang inaantay natin si Sir Ronel.
Sige, sir.
Hindi ka na.
Hello. Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning, sir. Who's this?
Morning.
Good morning.
Hi. Sir Ronel, good morning. Press.
Yes, sino to?
Sir, Eric Sir from Tarlac chapter.
Yeah. Hindi ka pala nakamute, ha?
Morning, Press.
Ay, good morning. John, ha?
Oh, yes po.
Pakisuyo na rin ulit ipa-document na kung
Yes
magagawa pa.
Mayor, good morning.
Hi, Rap. Good morning.
Good morning, Press.
Hi, sir. Good morning. Sir Simon.
Yeah, all medyo na lang.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yes, sino to?
Sir, Eric Sir
Good
from
morning.
chapter.
Hindi ka pala nakamute, ha?
Morning, Press.
Hi. John, ha? Good morning. Pakisuyo na rin ulit ipa-document na
Good morning sa inyo lahat.
Good morning, Press.
Hi, sir.
Good morning, Sir Ronel from Baguio. This is Archie Almacen.
Hi, Sir Press. Good morning. Ikaw, Press sa Baguio, sir, di ba? Chapter?
Yes, sir. Sa Baguio.
And you are an architect, right?
Sir, mechanical.
Okay. Sige.
Morning, sir.
President Archie, no, from Baguio, you can also arrange this type of seminar, no? Baguio can host it also, no?
Yes, sir. We're trying to coordinate with Engineer Art para through you, sir, we'll conduct another seminar.
Yeah. Actually, we will have by Wednesday, hosted by Tarlac chapter. It's about the basic of fire protection and fire science and the water-based fire protection system. Maybe you can join chapters in Northern Luzon. That would be on Wednesday, 2 p.m. onward.
Wow. Maraming salamat, sir. At least you consider Baguio. Try to coordinate with my kasama para we will join.
Sir, thank you po. And advice ko lang sa participants, no, if you can change the name, your full name, no, or your true name, no, kasi meron ditong lumalabas like model ng cellphone or the company, no. In joining this Zoom, no, so of course ilalagay mo diyan yung join meeting, then you put the ID number na pwede mo palitan ng pangalan mo, totoong pangalan. Sir, thank you.
Okay.
And Alvin, patagilid ka. If you can change the name, your
Pwede naman yata Mayor i-rename
yes, pwede po. Model ng cellphone. Dan pa, pwede pa tanggal ng kwan ng naka-share. Zoom, no? Don, are you here? Ayun, pwede na yata. Meeting, then you put the ID number.
Sir Ronel, yes, sir. Opo, nandito ba? Nandito pa yung co-host, sir. Pifpo co-host yung nakalagay.
Okay. So, Sir Don, are you
Pwede
here?
naman, pwede naman yata Mayor i-rename ah.
Ito po ako, sir.
Yes, pwede po. Yeah. Don, it will be up to live at YouTube by 9 o'clock, right? O naka-live na tayo ngayon?
Naka-live na tayo, sir, sa... Nasend ko po sa iyo yung link kanina.
The time is 9 o'clock na, no? So, paki-mute all participants, please.
Okay, for a while, sir.
Hello, Sir Ronel. Good morning.
Morning. Sino ka? Sorry, sino yon?
Paki-mute na muna kasi para mag-start na tayo.
Alvin Salazar, Sir.
The time is 9 o'clock na, no? So, paki-mute all participants, please. Don, paki-mute ka lang, Don.
Yes, sir. Okay na po. Okay na po, sir. Kayo na lang ang hindi nakamute, sir.
Okay, thank you. And ikaw?
Yes, sir. Opo.
Okay, thank you Don for hosting hosting this event, no? Okay, tama ba ang lumalabas?
Malakas malakas.
Okay. May nakamute pa doon
Yes, sir. Okay na po. Okay na po, sir.
Okay. So,
Kayo na lang ang hindi nakamute.
again, participants,
Yes, sir. Opo.
okay, thank you for hosting for the participants we have. 50 pa lang, no, but since it is 9 o'clock already, so let's start na.
Malakas oh. May konting delay lang sa YouTube, pero okay naman, konti lang.
Okay na yung display, no? Okay, participants. Yes. Paki na lang, silence na lang yung YouTube muna, no? Okay, let's start this formally, no? It's already 9 o'clock. So, participants, welcome to the Pifpo online technical seminar via Zoom, no? We have two topics today, no? The Nfpa 15 and the Nfpa 16. Then the Nfpa 15 is the standard for water spray fixed system for fire protection. And I will be the one to discuss this, no, from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. And topic 2 will be the Nfpa 16, which is the standard for installation of foam water sprinkler and foam water spray system, that is from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. later. And this will be discussed by Engineer Jaime Reyes, a senior fire protection engineer from Baraka Nuclear Power Plant in Abu Dhabi, UAE. No? So again, let's start with the Nfpa 15. Hello, everyone. Again, I'm Engineer Ronel Baez. I'm the current president of Pifpo, or the Philippine Integrated Fire Protection Organization. And I am here to provide you a technical training about Nfpa 15, the standard for water spray fixed system for fire protection. And that is me. No, the picture was taken 10 to 12 years ago now, when I was a design engineer. If you look at that laptop, no, I'm doing a design of water spray system for oil field transformer. Okay, again, I am a member of Pifpo at the National Fire Protection Association, the PSME Makati chapter. I'm also a CAM, or the Certified Energy Manager by the EMAS, and the BFP Certified Fire Protections Practitioner, Fire Safety Practitioner rather. So I'm still a fire safety practitioner up to April of 2021. No? So kami ang last batch, no, the Pifpo Board of Directors. Most Pifpo Board of Directors are COC holder pa until now and valid up to April of 2021. Now, when you talk about Nfpa 15, no, our reference here is Nfpa 15 2012 edition. We have the latest, but I want the latest edition to be discussed on the classroom type, no, and not on the online. So we will have another technical seminar here on Nfpa 15 and other Nfpa code and standard based on the latest edition. No, once this pandemic or the COVID-19 matapos na, no, so we will schedule this maybe by chapter to chapter. Nfpa 15 standard that helps ensure the effective fire control, extinguishment, fire prevention, or exposure protection through requirements for the design, the installation, the system acceptance. This is on chapter 11 of NFPA 15 of water fix system for fire protection. And it also contains the requirement for the periodic testing maintenance of ultra-high speed water spray fix system. So itong ultra-high speed water spray fix system is nasa chapter 12 of NFPA 15. Okay, that is the sample installation of a fixed water spray system from one of the big refinery located in Bataan. Alam niyo naman siguro yan kung ano yung refinery doon sa Bataan, in Limay, Bataan. So that is one installation there. So what are the contents of this NFPA 15? Again, it's composed of 12 chapters with 3 annexes. So from 1 to 3, chapter 1 to 3, this is administration, reference, publication reference ng NFPA 15. This include other references from NFPA, including ASME, the ANSI, the UL, and other references. No? And chapter 3 would be some definition and terminologies. No? Chapter 4 is the general requirement. Chapter 5 and 6, 7, no, we have the system components, what compose of a complete water spray fix system, the installation requirement, the design objectives. The chapter 8 is the plans in hydraulic calculation. The hydraulic calculation is almost the same in doing a hydraulic calculation for sprinkler system based on NFPA 13, except na may mga ibang consideration dito, like the minimum pressure, the minimum working pressure, the density. No, chapter 9 will be the water supplies. No, alam naman natin for water supplies, ang like the water storage tank, ang reference natin dito is NFPA 22. For the fire pump, it's NFPA 20, and for the private fire service main is NFPA 24. Chapter 10 is the system acceptance. Again, almost the same with the requirement of NFPA 13 and 24, no, for the hydro test and flushing. Chapter 11 is the system maintenance. So ang sinasabi lang sa chapter 11 is the fixed water spray system shall be inspected, tested, and maintained in accordance with NFPA 25, which is the standard for inspection, testing, and maintenance of water-based fire protection. And chapter 12, itong kakaiba, the ultra-high-speed water spray system. I-discuss natin yan later. And the 3 annexes. Annex A will be the explanatory material, same with other NFPA coding standard. No? By the way, the NFPA coding standard is from NFPA 1 to NFPA 5,000. And the 2016 edition of all NFPA coding standard are composed of 16,480 plus pages. So ganun kadami yun. No? So Annex B will be sample hydraulic calculation. Makikita mo dyan yung procedures and forms, na mga forms na ginagamit for hydraulic calculations. Then Annex C is an informational references. Pardon me minsan kasi yung wording ko kakaiba kasi alam mo Ilonggo ako Kaya baka mamaya kagaya kay yung narinig ko dong last technical seminar kay Sir Ransom, no? Sinabi na sheet of paper napagkamala ng manager ng SM na iba until na-explain na it's a sheet of paper pala, not sheet. Because Engineer Ransom is also an Ilonggo like me, no? Where and when does this NFPA 15 originated and developed, no? So this one a screenshot from NFPA 15, no? Which is the standard. So the standard for water spray fixed system for fire protection. Formally, this is a water spray nozzle extinguishing system, first prepared by the Committee on Manufacturing Hazard and was adopted in 1939. But formally, the final adoption ito is in 1940. Subsequently, this standard was was placed under the jurisdiction of a special committee, on a special extinguishing system. And the new edition was adopted in 1947, and after 12 years, yes, the committee organized was further changed to place the supervision, the primary responsibility in the hands of Committee on Water Spray. So, okay, so and marami pa naging revision yan, no? Until we have this Nfpa 12 edition, 2012 edition. Okay, the Nfpa 2012 editions provides updated rules for the group coupling. So dito pa nag-umpisa ang group coupling for water spray on the 2012 edition. This is to comply with the requirements of Nfpa 13. Again, Nfpa 13 is the standard for installation of sprinkler system, where the 2010 editions updated then for the use of group coupling and mechanical group fittings. So to comply with this 2010 edition of Nfpa 13, 2012 updated this Nfpa 15. Other changes include the expanded section of design for flammable vapor mitigations and addition of new contractors, material, and test certificates. So this one is, makikita mo to dun sa chapter 11, yung system acceptance. So almost the same na to with the Nfpa 13 requirement and the Nfpa 24 requirement. Wherein prior to acceptance, the contractors should submit the contractors, materials, and test certificate. Now, the scope of Nfpa 15, 2012 edition. So, to provide the minimum requirement on the design, installation, and system acceptance testing of water spray fixed system or fire protection service, and minimum requirements for periodic testing and maintenance of ultra high-speed water spray fixed system. And the water spray fixed system shall be specifically designed to provide for: one is effective fire control, distinguishment, the fire prevention, or the explosion protections. So the water spray system can be independent of, pwede siyang solo or a supplementary to other system, other forms of protections. So the design of specific system can vary continuously depending on the nature of the hazards and the basic purpose of fire protections. So another scope of Nfpa 15, not scope of Nfpa 15, this is not applied to water spray protection for portable nozzles, sprinkler systems, monitor nozzles, water mist, fire suppression system, explosion protection, and other means of application covered by other Nfpa. Okay, so like Nfpa 13 or sprinkler systems, we have this Nfpa 13. For the hoses or standpipe, we have Nfpa 14, 69 for the standard for explosion. For water mist, we have this Nfpa 70, and Nfpa 1964, which is the standard for spray nozzles, no? And for the thread of the hose, this Nfpa 1963. So the purpose of Nfpa 15 is to provide the minimum requirement for water spray fixed system based on sound engineering principle, the test data gathered, and the field experiences of this technical committee for Nfpa 15. So the application, so it is applicable for fire protection of specific hazards and equipment, and shall be permitted to be installed independently, supplementary to other system. So the water spray protection is acceptable for the protection of hazards involving the following groups, of like gaseous and liquid flammable materials. Okay, so pwede itong Nfpa 15, applicable siya for the gaseous and liquid materials. Liquid flammable materials on the electrical hazards such as transformer, electric motor, electric switch, cable trace, and cable trench. So we discussed this last Wednesday, di ba, about the fire protection for this transformer and other electrical equipment installed in a power generating plant based on Nfpa 15. 850, what are the recommendation fire protection system for electrical hazards? So when you say electrical hazard, this is a class 3 fire, an energized electrical fire. It can be also applicable to ordinary combustibles material or hazards such as paper, wood, and textiles. Meaning to say, pwede naman pala siya dito sa like residential offices, no? But ang problem rito, of course, is dahil mataas ang pressure requirement nito, compare mo sa standard sprinkler system na wet pipe, no? Of course, if you require mataas na pressure, tataas ang head mo, di ba? Yung total dynamic head, tataas yung horsepower ng pump, magiging mahal. Aside from if you use it to your offices or your residential occupancy, no, the problem mo rito is of course is the water damage. Kasi the fixed water spray system is employing an open nozzles. Hindi kagaya ng wet pipe or dry pipe yan or pre-action system na close ang sprinkler heads. Dito sa water spray, it's used hindi siya sprinkler head but a spray nozzles. And also applicable on certain hazardous liquids such as propellant and pyrotechnics, and can be used also for vapor mitigations. No, pahihinain mo yung vapor release. So other chapters, so we have this chapter 1, chapter 2 is in reference publications, and chapter 3 is on the definition. So hindi na natin masyadong i-discuss itong chapter na to. No, hindi na natin pwede isa-isahin yan, no? Marami yan. Again, including this chapter 3 kasi ito later on kung PM nila ako kung kailangan niyo itong Nfpa 15 na 2012 edition, pwede ko i-send sa inyo. Basahin niyo lang anong mga terminology ang nandito sa Nfpa 13. Okay? Like when you say approve, this is acceptable to authority having jurisdictions. So what is AHG or the authority having jurisdiction? This is the individual, the group or office that responsible for the approval of the materials, procedures, or what methodology, no? Which is normally like kung FM Global insured ka, your facilities is insured by the FM Global. So lahat yan, i-require nila that your major component of your fire protection system shall be an FM approved. So when you say shall, indicates a mandatory requirement. Meaning to say, kailangan nating sundin, no? Mandatory. Should indicates only a recommendation, ano? You can follow it, pwede mo rin hindi sundin, but unless na mayroon kang ipapalit na equivalent dito sa requirement or mas mataas sa requirement ng NFA, no? Pwede mo siyang hindi sundin. Okay? Pero normally, pag sinabing should dito sa NFA, it is highly recommended. Okay, so chapter 4 is on general requirement. What are the design objective of this Nfpa 15? Okay, so in general, water spray shall be considered effective for any one or of the combination of the following: extinguishment of fire, the controlling of burning, exposure protection, no? Like for your tank farm, no? Or your outdoor transformer, or your structure of your building, or like for a desalination plant, no? Sa mga pagawaan ng mga like Emperador, no? So include doon sa distillation building niya, yung mga structure ng building is protected with fixed water spray dapat. And for fire preventions. So some typical application of a water spray fixed system are, you have this outdoor transformer, no, that's an oil field transformer. Okay, so exposure or cooling protections. Then you have this LPG tank. And also the fuel storage tank, including yung mga other equipment like the pumps and the compressor. Okay, so that's some typical application of water spray fixed system. So ano mga considerations dito? Or the special consideration? So a study shall be made of a physical and chemical property of materials for which a water spray protection is being considered to determine the advisability. Pwede ba talaga siya rito sa chemical o sa material na ito or sa equipment na ito? The flash point, the gravity, specific gravity, the viscosity, the miscibility. Umahalo ba siya sa yung chemical like alcohol? It mixed with water ba? Kasi pag ang liquid or ang chemical mixed with water, ang hirap isuppress yan. Dahil ka makikita ng tubig na umapoy, no? Because the chemical or the alcohol or the solvent or anumang chemical yan is mixed with water. Kahit applyan mo yan i-blanket mo ng foam water, ng foam agent or foam concentrate, blanket mo yung surface ng fuel, pwede niyang sirain ang blanketing ng foam mo kung hindi maganda yung foam agent mo. So kung alcohol yan, of course, i-require ka ng alcohol resistance na foam concentrate. The solubility. Itong chemical ba or like ano ang mga chemical or material na dissolved with water? So basic example is the salt, sugar, di ba? Pag hinalo mo yan sa tubig, it dissolved with water. And permeability niya of the materials. Pinapayagan ba siya doon? The temperature of the water spray is very critical because may mga chemical na ang boiling or the ignition temp niya is napakababa. No, even the temperature of water pwede siya mag-ignite. And the normal temperature of the hazard to be protected are among the factor that shall be given into considerations. And where the water spray can encounter confined materials at high temperature or with a wide distillation range, the slope over or the frothing hazard shall be evaluated. Now, what is our water-soluble materials? Now, again, these soluble materials is materials or either in liquid or solid form na nagdi-dissolve sa tubig. So, we're protecting a water-soluble material mixed with water, such as alcohol or system, shall be permitted to be designed for extinguishing by control, extinguishing by dilutions, or extinguishing by an adequate application of rate and coverage. So each water-soluble material shall be tested under the condition of use to determine the applicability of water system unless the design-supported data is available. We talk about chemical, no? Normally, if we recommend what type of fire protection are applicable to certain chemicals, no? Punta ka sa technical data sheets niya. Minsan, sinasabi doon, hindi pwede ang tubig dito. Hindi pwede ang dry chem dito. So sasabihin nyo, what are the effective fire suppression system, no? Baka sabihin niya, mas maganda dito, carbon dioxide fire suppression system. Kasi ang carbon dioxide, malamig eh. Discharge, kung total flooding yan, discharge yan doon sa room with a fine dry ice, no? Then magiging gas yan, no? So from dry ice, solid state to gaseous state without passing its liquid state, yung tinatawag nating sublimation. So the water spray shall not be used for direct application to materials that react with water. Okay? Such as metallic sodium or calcium carbide. So, which produce violent reaction or increase the hazardous product as a result of heated vapor emissions. And the water spray also shall not use for application involving the liquefied gases at a cryogenic temperature, such as the liquid natural gas, which boil violently when heated by water. Kasi nga napakababa ng boiling or ignition temp niya, or the boiling temp. So evaluation shall be conducted given the possibility of damage, distortion, or failure of equipment operating at high temps due to water spray applications. Okay? So kung titingnan mo ito, kailangan talaga dito is, of course, yung study, no? So for the workmanship, this is more on the contractor, the installation contractor, the designer, and the service personnel. So the water spray system design, layout, installation shall be only entrusted to fully experienced and responsible parties or individual only. Because the water spray installation is a specialized field that is trade in itself. Okay? So hindi pwede yan na magaling ka mag-design ng sprinkler system, ng other water-based fire protection system, tapos sasabihin mo ay water spray lang yan, kayang-kaya na yan. The control of the run of water. So the water discharge from the water spray system shall be controlled or contained to prevent the spread of fire where flammable or combustible liquids are present. So magkaiba ang flammable sa combustible liquid. Anong pagkakaiba niya? That depends on the ignition temperature. So sa flammable liquid, it ignites, the ignition temperature is below 100 degrees C, while the combustible liquids, the ignition temperature is above 100 degrees C. Okay? So mas mahirap of course patayin ang combustible liquid than the flammable. So the control of or containment shall be utilized of any of the following by curbing and grating. Okay, nakita mo sa mga roadworks, di ba? Sa mga malalaking karsada, di ba? Sa gilid, meron siyang curb and gutter. So that is one of controlling the run of water pag umuulan. You can use also an underground or enclosed drain, an open trench and ditches, diking and impoundment, and any combination of all of that. So for example, you have this one, the tank farm, no? So meron siyang diking dito, ito. So ito is called dike, no? Or sometimes band wall. Sa mga tank farm lang tawag band wall eh. Or the trench, no? This one is a trench. So pag nagkaroon ng runoff ng tubig, so dito ipipigilan niya kumalat, dito naman i-contain niya sa trench, i-discharge niya sa safe location. Of course, may procedures yan. Because ito, pag in-applyan mo ng water to, say open yung bubong niya, the water is as higher density down fuel, pabagsak si tubig, aangat si fuel. So the control of runoff or containment of runoff system shall be designed to accommodate the total or the combined flow from one of the following or all of the following. So the water spray intended to operate simultaneously. So say you have a fire protection of water spray for you're required to have a deluge water spray fixed system for a multiple transformer where the transformer is not separated by a firewall, or the transformers doesn't conform with the distance requirement for each transformer, or the LPG tank, where there are requirements from Nfpa 30 or the API or the American Petroleum of 2500, no? May distance requirement yan. So if you don't meet all that requirement, no, so kailangan mo siya i-consider to simultaneously discharge of one tank plus the adjacent tank. Okay, so that is one consideration in designing the control or containment of water for runoff, including this supplemental hose trim and monitor nozzles. No, for example, in this picture, no, you have this water spray system. You have this water spray system and a monitor. Okay. The largest anticipated spill or accidental release of liquid where applicable. Okay. And any normal discharge of processed liquid or cooling water into the drainage system. So that is your consideration, no, or to accommodate the total or combined of the water runoff. Of course, maybe the rainwater provided the local conditions warrant inclusions. No? Kaya dito, pag nag-design ka nito, you need to get the bagsak ng tubig. You can get that na say for the past 10 years, for the past 20 years sa DOST or sa Pag-asa. Nandun yung rainfall data eh. So that's all for the chapter 4. And for chapter 5, this is more on the equipment or the component of a water spray fixed system. So all parts shall be coordinated to provide a complete system. Dapat compatible sila bawat equipment. So say you have this on the right side ng picture, you have that control panel, and that control panel is an addressable type, and you supplied detectors or devices that is with other brand or other model na baka hindi sila compatible with each other. Kailangan may coordination. And only listed materials and devices shall be used in the installation of water spray. Okay? So dapat listed, no? Okay, it doesn't say that dapat UL. Basta listed, marami ng mga listing company, no? No, ang alam nyo kasi listing, UL lang tsaka BL, di ba? Lagi nababanggit yan sa lecture, yung UL listed and the Binondo listed. Ngayon, pag ginamitan mo yan ng Binondo listed, ang mangyayari sa'yo listed din, pero blacklisted. Okay, so the component that do not affect the system operation of your fixed water spray or the water spray fixed system, such as the drain, the signages shall not be required to be listed. And take note that only new materials and devices shall be employed in the new installation. So for the new installation, only new materials shall be supplied and installed. For the replacement, say nasira ang aking control valve, nasira yung OSNY valve. Pwede ko bang palitan ng luma? Yes, pwede, but ito yung sinasabi niyang reconditioned. No? So the use of reconditioned valve in devices other than automatic spray nozzle, maliban lang sa nozzle as replacement of equipment in an existing system shall be permitted. And that system shall be rated for a maximum working pressure of your system but not less than 175 PSI. Okay? So, yung recondition na valve na yan in other devices, doon lang sa replacement of existing water spray fixed system. For the new installation, hindi siya pwede. Okay? Malinaw And the system component installed outside or in the presence of corrosive atmosphere and other environmental consideration shall be constructed of materials that will resist corrosion or be suitable protected from corrosions. Okay? System components. So, okay, kung grabe ang corrosion talaga dyan, you may use like spray nozzle which is stainless steel. Available naman yan in brass, in chrome-plated, or stainless steel spray nozzles. So, okay, ito. So this is on the right side. No, the picture shows the complete diagram of a fixed water spray nozzles. So one major component is the control valve. The number one, this one, is a control valve. So each water spray system shall have its own control valve. So all valve controlling connection to water supplies and to water supply pipes to water spray nozzle shall be listed indicating type. Ano na naman si listing indicating. When you say, again, this is the control valve. When you say indicating type valve, so an indicating type means that one can visually determine if the valve is open or closed. Meaning to say, hindi mo siya kailangan tutukan, lapitan, or galawin pa, alamin kung open or closed siya. There must be an indicating na visually ma-determine mo kung open or closed. So like this one, that is a OSNY valve or the outside screw and yoke valve. So that is the commonly used fire protection valve, no? So you can use anywhere in your fire protection from the suction of the pump up to your riser for the sprinkler system. So you can use this OSNY valve or the outside screw and yoke valve. So paano siya malalaman? Ito, tingnan mo, mahaba, di ba? So open siya kasi hinatak niya yung gate, open. Pag nakababa, close, binaba niya yung gate. So gate valve. Ang kagandahan kasi YOSNY, aside from indicating type siya, wala siyang obstruction dito. Diba? Kasi gate. Another type of indicating valve is the butterfly valve. This one actually is butterfly valve. So butterfly valve is also an indicating type. So ito, kung yung yellow na yan, that is the indicator. Kung parallel siya sa pipes, open siya. If perpendicular doon sa pipe, is closed. So this is also an indicating type. You can use din yan doon sa fire protection line mo or system mo from the discharge of your fire pump up to your sprinkler risers. Pwede siya. Hindi lang siya pwede doon sa suction ng fire pump. Okay? Because hindi siya gate type . So pag ginamit mo yan sa suction ng fire pump, pagbukas yan, meron siyang obstruction sa gitna. Okay? So pag may obstruction sa gitna, it will affect the performance of your fire pump. And we're approved now for underground installation. You can use a non-indicating valve such as T-wrench operated road box. That is permitted for an underground installation. Or kung ayaw mo na may box with T-wrench, pwede ka gumamit ng non-indicating type na gate valve with post indicator valve. Okay? So the control valve shall not close in less than 5 seconds when operated at maximum possible speed from the fully open operations. So hindi ka pwede gumamit ng valve na masasara mo dyan less than 5 seconds. Example is the ball valve, di ba? Ang ball valve, tulak mo lang ganun, sarado na . Bakit? Because pag binigla mo sara yung valve na yan, magkakaroon siya ng water hammer. Kung nagkaroon ng water hammer, pwede ma-damage yung fire protection component, pipes, and fittings mo. Okay? The actuation valve. That is number 2. This one. The actuation valve. Okay? So maraming type ang actuation valve. In this case, do sa picture, they used billiards valve. So the system actuation valve shall be listed. Okay? So the valves include but not limited to the billiards valve, the arm check valve, the pre-action, and the high-speed valve. Of course, ibang other type dyan, you have the motorized valve, the pneumatic operated valve, or the hydraulically actuated na mga valves. But ang kaganda lang sa billiards valve kasi meron siyang alarm signal. No? Of course, sa iba naman, pwede mo naman lagyan ng mga water flow indication yan . So accessories used to operate the actuation valve shall be listed and compatible din. So the accessories can include any of the following. The manual pull station. So kung mayroong manual release o manual emergency station ka, the maximum force dapat is only 40 pounds. And dapat hindi mo siya ihahatakin in case of pull station of more than 40 inch. Mamaya may pull station ka nga pero hinatak mo sobrang mahigit 1 metro, no? Ang hirap nun. Pwede rin the flammable gas detectors. Heat, flame, or fire detectors. Other accessories, of course, is the control panels. And yung iba, you have the auxiliary functions like for shutdown of equipment, the energize of equipment, no? And the system actuation valve shall be provided with manual means of actuation and independent of that automatic release system and detection system. For example, this billiards valve is equipped with automatic operation because meron siyang mga detector, di ba? But doon sa billiards valve itself, no, meron siyang manual control box. So aside from automatic operation niya, pwede rin siya i-activate manually. Okay? Water spray nozzle. So that is number 3. Yun. Water spray. It's an open type, no? So this shall be listed for use in water spray system with the following characteristic or discharge characteristic. What is the K factor? So this is the commonly used na water spray nozzles. Oh. No? Sa Tyco, kung Tyco brand yan, that is model D3. Sa iba, sa Porsche, ibang model. So ang kakaiba nito, alam mo, di ba? Open type siya. So may K factor yan, depende kung anong requirement. Then once tumama siya dito sa deflector, fix ang angle niyan. Yan. Di yan nagbabago unlike sa sprinkler system, no? The sprinkler system, the pattern are based on the operating pressure of 7 psi. So yun yung pattern niya. Pag humina, medyo liliit din yon. Dito sa water spray, mahina o malakas ang pressure. So of course, the minimum is 20 psi. Kahit magtumaas siya, fix ang angle niya. That is why pag nag-purchase ka o nag-request ka nitong spray nozzles, kailangan mo specify din yung angle of discharge o yung angle ng pattern niya. Okay? The spray patterns, ito yung angle, no? So meron diyang 95 degree, 110 degree, 145 degree. Okay? Of course, pag malaki ang angle, malaki ang coverage niya. The distances and the orientation angles. Another discharge characteristic of spray nozzle is the uniformity of the water distribution over its spray pattern. Okay? So the time now is 9:43. Actually, ang time slot ko actually is 9 to 10. Medyo hingil ako siguro ng konting extension. No? Paalam na ako kay Kwan. Mukhang susobra ako na 9 o'clock. No? Maybe we will complete this presentation by 9:30 no? Or 9:45. Hingil ako ng konting extension kay Sir Jaime, yung next speaker no? About Nfpa 16. So the water spray nozzle shall be permanently marked, same with sprinkler system, no, with their characteristic according to listing. So anong angle, anong approval, anong orifice. Okay, the standard temperature rating for a pilot head shall be in accordance with Nfpa 13. So the standard for installation of sprinkler system. And a supply of automatic water sprays or nozzles and pilot shall be maintained in the premises. The same requirement with Nfpa 13 na dapat mayroon kang spare na sprinkler heads. Dito sa Nfpa 15, the same din. Dapat yung pilot head mo and your spray nozzle, dapat may stock ka. Same quantity. If you have an installation of 1 to less than 300, dapat may 6 kang stock. 300 to less than 1,000, dapat may 12. And more than 1,000, quantity of nozzle installed, dapat mayroon kang 24 nozzles or pilot head on your stock. So it will be kept on in a cabinet with a special wrench, no, the sprinkler or the nozzle wrench. For the detection, that is number 4. So this is for automatic operation. No? So automatic detection equipment release devices and system accessories shall be listed for intended use. And detection system shall comply with the Nfpa 72, which is the fire alarm and the signaling code. Okay. We will have next. We will have online technical seminar bago siguro mag-end itong lockdown na to about Nfpa 72, fire alarm and detection system, fire detection and alarm system. And other component are the water flow alarms. Apparatus shall be listed for this service. So this in this picture you can see we have this water flow indication through pressure switch and a water motor alarm, water gong, no, which is a hydraulically operated yan. So tubig ang nagpapatakbo dyan. So normally ito installed near the or kasama dun sa trimmings ng deluge valve. So that's complete the chapter 5, it is the system component, and the next is chapter 6, which is the installation requirement. So dito na tayo sa installation. Itong water spray fixed system is applicable siya sa mga hazardous locations. So the component of an electrical water spray system that are installed in a classified location as defined by Article 500 of Nfpa 70, which is the National Electrical Codes, shall be listed for that use. For example of these hazardous locations, or yes, a manufacturing plant, or the petrochem, the refineries, distillation plant, no, marami yan. Lalo na it involves a very flammable or a highly combustible material. No? So when you say hazardous location, exists when manufacturing, storage, or handling process provides a fuel consisting of flammable gas, a flammable liquid produced vapor, a combustible liquid produced vapors, or combustible dust, combustible flying, or fiber, are or combination of these three elements. Now you have the three elements of fire, you have the fuel, oxygen, and ignition, or the heat. And this flammable component can mix with an oxygen from the ambient air to form an explosive atmosphere between the low flammability limit and the upper flammability limit. No? So pag ito, well, meron kang three elements of fire, enough para magkaroon ng explosive atmosphere, no? Ayun ang mga hazardous locations, no? So, standard written by organization like Nfpa and the American Petroleum Institute, API define the requirements of the classification of hazardous location. So, yung itong class of hazardous location, makikita mo to sa Nfpa 70. Okay? Sir, doon pa-mute na lang yung bagong pasok, please. So, clearances, electrical clearances, no? May tinatawag tayong BIL, or the Basic Installation Level. So, all system components shall be located so as to maintain minimum electrical clearances from the live parts, no? So, may minimum clearance yan doon sa live parts. That like in the case of the transformer, no, you have this high voltage cable and the bushing. So the electrical clearance, you have this later in table 61.22, shall be applied to an altitude of 1,000 or less. So that is 3,300 feet, no? So may mga installation like in Baguio. I don't know if Baguio is more than 1,000 meters above sea level, no? So yung mga installation doon, you have several substation in Baguio, like in La Trinidad, in Pinga, in Amboclao. Maraming installation dyan ng NGCP substation sa Baguio. I don't know if that elevation is more than 1,000. Check natin later. So this one is the table 6.1 where recommended clearance are found. No, you have this nominal voltage, the maximum voltage, and we have this the BIL, or the basic insulation clearance level, and this one is the minimum clearance from live parts. NGCP normally is 69. They have also 138 and 230. So at 230, the minimum clearance is 1.9 or say 2 meters.
Press.
Yes, good morning, Sec. Balik ka.
Morning. Baguio, for information lang, 5,200 feet above sea level.
Oh, thank you for that information. So more 5,200
Yes.
above sea level. So dapat may mga kanyan factors later, no? Kasunod ditong slide, ditong slides, no? Okay. So that is exceeds an altitude of 3,300 feet. So the BIL there, or the clearances, shall be increased at a rate of 1% each per 100 meters or 330 feet. So kung 5,000 plus yan, so yung nasa 2,000 ka. So malaki dapat ang clearance nun, ha? 5,000 plus, itong table are based only on 3,300 feet above sea level. Okay? Ngayon ko lang nalaman na 5,000 pa lang Baguio, ha? Thank you for that information. So where the BIL is not available and where normal voltage is used for the design creation, the highest minimum clearance listed for this group shall be used. Okay. So the BIL are expressed in kilovolts, and the number of being crest value or of the full wave impulse, no? And this value is coming from table in Nfpa 70, table 6.122. Makikita mo rin ito sa table ng nasa Nfpa 850 and Nfpa 15. So the clearance are based upon the minimum general practice related to the design of basic insulation level value. To coordinate the requirement clearance with the electrical design, the design BIL of the equipment being protected should be used as the basis. Okay? So although this is not a material at nominal line voltage of 161 or less. Okay. Installation of the water spray. So we're still in chapter 6 now, the installation requirement. So the spray nozzle. Okay, it's an open type fixed angle nozzle. So an open water spray nozzle shall be used. Okay, oh yeah, an open shall be used. So automatic nozzle shall be permitted where position is located so as to provide the satisfactory performance with respect to activation time and distribution. Normally, unlike sa standard sprinkler, no, sa wet pipe, dry pipe, or on your dilute sprinkler system and the fraction, normally tatlo ang orientation yan. You have the upright, the pendant, and the sidewall. Dito sa water spray, pwede mo siya i-position kahit anong posisyon. Pwede pataas, pagilid, and with the angle or pababa. So the selection of this type and size of spray shall be made prior with proper consideration given such factor as discharge characteristic, the decay factor, the physical characteristic of hazard involved, the ambient condition, including the effect of the wind, the material that likely to be burning, and design objective of the system. Maraming design, chapter 7 yata yung design objective eh. Okay, so this one, nakikita natin tong positioning ng nozzles, no? Dapat naglalap siya or nag-overlap. Nakikita siya, no? So wala kang open na area. So dun sa positioning ng nozzle. Okay. So where applicable, acceptable to AHJ, sprinklers shall be permitted to be used in a water spray system and installed in position other than anticipated by their listing to achieve the specific result where special situation were required. So pwede mo na siya baguhin subject for the approval of the authority having jurisdiction. So spray nozzle selections. Paano mo siya sineselect? Depende sa shape and size of the area to be protected. Like in the picture on the right side, now on the right side, this is a spherical tank, no? This may be an LPG tank. Okay? Maganda to pag spherical eh. Kasi baka i-consider mo lang yung, say, maglagay ka rito sa taas, pinahayaan na nating dumalaw dito ang tubig para sa cooling or exposure protection. Pagdating dito sa gitna niyan, which is the equator, hindi yan tutuloy pababa ganun. Kundi babagsak na yan, di ba? Ganun ang tubig eh. Hindi naman yan duduloy ito pa ganun eh, pa loob eh, di ba? Kundi babagsak na yan. So kung titingnan mo, you have the installation sa taas, dito sa equator niya, and sa baba. Dito sa taas, of course, okay, dudulay yan pababa. Pero pagdating dito sa gitna, diretso na yan, hindi na yan pupunta pa ganon. Okay, so the shape and size of the area to be protected shall be considered in selecting spray nozzles. And the nozzle design and characteristic of the water spray pattern produce anong angle, no? Anong spacing, gaano kalayo sa protected surface. And also the effect of wind and fire draft on the very small draft sizes of large draft sizes with a little initial velocity, and the potential to miss the target surface and increase the water weightage or wastage. Okay. Tapon. So okay, halimbawa dito. Meron siya, halimbawa dito, ito. So dito mo nilagay, tapos ang nozzle mo is behind that post. So itong post na to, magiging obstruction doon sa spray pattern mo. So iiwasan mo yon. Or iwasan mo or magdagdag ka ng nozzles. Yun lang naman, di ba? So the effect of nozzle orientation and coverage characteristic and the potential for mechanical damage. Tamaan siya kung may mga moving parts yan, baka tamaan, or masyadong mababa na kailangan na magkaroon ka ng mga mechanical protection or guard, no? So sa detection naman, of course, this covered by Nfpa 72, no? The selection, location, and spacing of automatic fire detectors, no, are covered by Nfpa 72. The wiring are from Nfpa 70, and including the power supply and the conduiting, lalo na ito sa mga hazardous location. So mas maganda, pag nag-design ka rito, basahin mo muna yung section ng Nfpa 70, lalo na sa classified or locations or hazardous location. So makapal ang Nfpa 70, dapat alam mo yan. O kailangan ko malaman, is this one is an explosive zone? Hazardous location ba ito? So kailangan mo basahin ang Nfpa 70 Article 500. Kailangan ko anong klase ng wiring ang gagamitin ko for an hazardous location, anong type of conduit. Doon mo naman makikita yan sa Nfpa 70 Article 760. So makapal kasi ang Nfpa 70. So the data obtained from the field experience test and engineering survey. So this is the basis of selection mo na or installation mo ng detections and the spacing, the location, and the selection of fire detections mo. So ano ang recommendation and detector listing criteria? Ito ba, kailangan ko ng explosion protection na detection system? Titingnan ko yung technical data, applicable ba siya sa hazardous location? Explosive ba siya? Pwede ba siya sa outdoor locations? Weatherproof ba siya? All-weather application ba siya? Of course, the nature of the hazard being protected. And of course, both normal and abnormal air velocities and the range of anticipated temperature. The maximum expected rate of temperature change under the non-fire conditions. Okay? Because like if you specify that the temperature of your heat detector, di ba? Same with sprinkler heads yan, di ba? Sa building mo, you need to know what is the ambient temp or the maximum expected temperature sa ceiling plus 30 degrees C. Yun ang temperature rating ng sprinkler heads mo. Unlike sa detectors, mas mababa to. Kung sa normal building o normal application nito, like sa mga offices, sa parking, sa warehouse, so that's only a maximum temperature expected sa ceiling plus 20 degrees C. So yun ang temperature rating mo ng heat detector. Dito marami kang i-consider sa hazardous locations. Hindi lang yung temperature. Of course, you need to consider also the number and height of structural level. So may fire protection or you have installing a detection system sa distillation plant wherein naka-close, no? Aabot bang usok doon sa matataas na location kung if you consider a smoke detector, no? Because detector of course aangat yan pag mainit, mas magaan, is less density than air, pero habang umaakyat yan, bumababa ang or lumalamig siya. Nababawasan yung init hanggang mag-equal na yung density niya sa air. Hanggang doon lang yung yung usok, di ba? Yung tinatawag natin na stratifications dahil sa buoyancy, no? Hanggang doon lang yan. So consider mong height, aabot ba sa taas yung usok para ma-detect ng smoke detector mo? The effect of precipitations, the snow and the rain, wala, may snow pa ba tayo rito? And the presence and the magnitude of electromagnet interference. Baka mamaya may equipment ka doon na meron siyang interference for magnet, and also of course for high voltage, no, i-consider mo yan. So the presence of obstruction and other conditions that might affect the efficacy of the fire protection employed. Okay, dami naman, no, consideration, no. So like this one, you have this say oil and gas oil and gas, no, or this is say a platform, no. So may ang problema diyan sa hazard na ito sa taas at this one is not iinit, no, kundi nagkaroon ng leak na pwede mag-apoy kaagad. So ang the best fire protection mo diyan of course is the flame detector. But may mga consideration ka rin sa flame detector, no? Kasi outdoor installation yan, baka mamaya binilagyan mo ng sobrang sensitive, naka UV and IR ka pa, no? Ultraviolet, tapos may infrared pa para very sensitive dun sa fire. Pero ang consideration mo yan, dahil outdoor location yan, baka magkakaroon ng lagi ng false alarm yan dahil sa sunlight. Okay? Baka pati sunlight na detect niya. Ngayon, you can consider also, this is one of the discussion the last Wednesday, no? The Nfpa 850, no? Say you are protecting a call conveyor, no? So, ang maganda mong fire suppression, of course, dyan is itong linear detection. So, sa linear detection, you have, inside the linear detection, you have these two core or two conductor, meron siyang insulation, no? Or heat-sensitive polymer, na pag nainitan yan, matutunaw ang insulation niya sa loob, magsushort ang dalawang conductor o dalawang core, no? So pag nag-short yan, mag-send siya ng signal. Or minsan, pag yung ibang type ng linear detector, pag nainitan yan, bababa yung resistance ng cable. Pag nababa ang resistance niyan, compare mo doon sa required resistance ng control panel, mag-a-alarm din yan. Shorted yan. Okay? Subukan nyo, pagbalik nyo sa planta nyo, pagkatapos ng lockdown, may control panel doon. Say the detection, the end of line resistor requires 44.7K. Palitan nyo ng 1 ohms. Mag-a-alarm yan. Kasi mababa ang resistance. Okay. So, the detection, of course, shall be protected from corrosion, mechanical damage, pwede siyang lagyan ng canopy kung nasa outdoor location, and shall be properly supported. Okay, so the detection shall be located promptly to promptly respond to fire, flammable gas release, or other design conditions. So for outdoor spacing, kanina, di ba, sa BIL, yung clearance hanggang tumataas ka, dapat lumalayo ang clearance mo, no? Depende yan sa if above 1,000 meters above sea level ka. And kung mas mataas ka doon, every 350 meters, meron kang ilang meters? Later, sige. Dito, pag outdoor locations, ng detector, bababa yung spacing niya by 50%. Meaning to say, this one is 50, you have a listed heat detector per Nfpa 72 per a heat detector shall be spaced in a maximum of 15 meters or kung saan siya na-list. So, pag outdoor location yan, kalahati na lang ng spacing niya. Okay? Makikita mo yan sa Nfpa 72. Or, kung close naman yan, umiigsi, kung close say indoor, kung install a heat detector at mataas, mayroon din yung spacing na liliit din siya depende sa height. Pero pag outdoor, your spacing shall be reduced by at least 50% from the listed spacing under the smooth ceiling. Okay? So kung listed siya sa 15 meters, dapat maximum of 7.5 meters ka lang for outdoor installation. Okay, so this one, like this one, this is a outdoor transformer. Mayroon siyang heat detector, no? Ayan, heat detector. So dahil outdoor siya, kalahati na lang ang spacing niya. Ayan, there's a sample of detector na pang outdoor. Actually, explosion type pa nga yan, heat detectors. Sample details of installation, no? Okay. You have this weather-proof box or the explosion-proof box in the case of the explosive area or hazardous locations. Na? Kung naalala nyo, dati, I don't know kung buhay pa yung Appleton. Appleton na brand ng mga boxes. Na? Ayun yung kadalasan ginagamit natin pag explosion-proof. Doon sila magaling. Sa
dalawa yun.
Ano sir?
Yung isa Appleton, yung isa Cross-Hines.
Yeah, Cross-Hines, tama.
Mga explosion-proof fittings.
Yes, thank you for that. Yeah, I remember Cross-Hines. Oh, still on automatic detection equipment. No? This time we will discuss about pilot head. Makikita nyo rito na ang sprinkler heads pala pwede maging detector. Sprinkler heads mismo, hindi siya as fire control or fire extinguishing, but as detector. Okay. Dito, you have this dilutes water spray or water spray fix system. Na mayroon siyang, of course, yung main control valve, yung actuation valve, but automatic siya because of mga detector. Okay? So once nakadetect ang isang detector, mag-initiate siya ng alarm. Pero for a dilute system, kasi normally, the detection system or circuit niya is naka-close zone. Meaning to say, para mawasan natin ng mga accidental discharge due to false alarm, close zone natin yung detection system. So pag na-detect isang detector, magka-initiate ng alarm, pero hindi pa mag-open yung actuation valve mo or the deluge valve kung deluge valve ang gamit mo. Kailangan i-confirm niya ng isang detector na magkaiba silang circuit. Kasi kung isang circuito lang yan, di wala din. Confirm lang na tumunog ito, nakadetect pa rin ito, hindi siya mag-enter into second alarm kasi magkaisang circuito lang sila. So dapat from one detection circuit to and confirmed by another detection circuit bago mag-open ang deluge valve. So wala itong time delay unlike sa mga clean agent power suppression system na nilalagyan natin ng time delay, no? So sa water base, walang time delay. The other type of detection, itong tinatawag natin na pilot head. So nakita natin to, di ba? You have this deluge valve na diaphragm type. Okay? So water supplies galing doon sa water source mo, pupunta sa riser hanggang deluge valve lang. So meron siyang tinatawag na dito may bypass siya sa water source papunta rito sa diaphragm. Pinipigilan niya yung diaphragm na bumukas. So paano mag-activate ang deluge or paano bubukas paano papasok ang tubig sa linya at magdi-discharge sa doon sa water spray? Ito is equipped with pilot head. Ayan, may sprinkler head siya. So pwedeng upright, pwedeng pendant yan. So once uminit, pumutok itong sprinkler heads. Tingnan nyo, pag pumutok itong sprinkler heads, lalabas yung tubig dito. Di ba? Mawawala to ng pressure ang diaphragm. So pag nawala ng pressure to, syempre itutulak yan ng system pressure o supply pressure. Bubukas ngayon yan, kaya ito lalabas siya dito sa spray nozzle. So dito, in this case, ang detection mo is a sprinkler heads na tinatawag natin na pilot type. Okay? Dalawang klase itong pilot head eh. Pwede siyang wet pilot or pwede siyang dry pilot. This one is wet pilot, kumuha siya ng pressure dito sa supply pressure. Pero kung dry pilot yan, kailangan meron kang separate source like compressor or nitrogen na magpe-pressure dito. The same, pag pumutok itong sprinkler heads na to or the pilot head, mawawala ka, magre-release ang pressure dito. So itutulak na yan ng supply pressure. Then discharge, the water will discharge on all nozzles attached. Okay? I don't know if we have lots of questions, no? But may message ko lang si Engineer Jaime na we'll extend at least 30 minutes siguro.
Yes, okay lang, sir.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Kung may mga question kayo, no, i-message nyo na lang doon sa chatting natin, no? Okay. Okay. Next, we have the pilot head, no? The spacing, of course, shall be in accordance with Nfpa 13, which is the standard for installation of sprinkler system. So the maximum spacing indoor location shall not exceed 3.7 meters. The pilot head shall be permitted to be spaced 22-inch lang, no, below the ceiling or deck where the maximum spacing of pilot is allowed only for 3 meters. So kung nakalist siya doon sa 3 meters, pwede mo siya space ng 0.55 meters. For outdoor, pilot sprinkler located outdoors as an open process structure shall be spaced such that the elevation of single level of pilot between the pilot shall not exceed 5.2 meters. So yung level niya dapat hindi siya mag-exceed sa 5.2 meters And pwede siya up to 4.6 if the level does not exceed 3.7. Makikita natin later to. This is a sample installation of a water spray system, exposure protection for an outdoor oil field transformer. So ito yung bushing ng transformer. Ito ang transformer. So ito yung pipe support niya, no? Pipe support. So you have this actuation valve. In this case, we use the deluge valve. We have this spray nozzle, no? So ang requirement kasi ng transformer, kailan ma-cover mo yung envelope, prism envelope nitong transformer, plus sa baba na pwede kang, the non-absorbing ground na pwedeng mag-absorb ng mga spill. So ko-cover mo yan buo, including itong conservator tank. No? You have the nozzle there. So anong first line nito is the thermal or heat detection, then you have the spray nozzle lower level, you have the spray nozzle upper level, and the pilot head. Yan. Okay. Okay, so ilang kuan yan, daming installation, daming installation, daming component, no? Okay. So that's complete our chapter 6. Now we will proceed with chapter 7, which is the design objective of the water spray fix system. So the design objectives. So the system shall be arranged for automatic operations with supplementary manual trippings shall be provided. So the manual operation shall be permitted where automatic operation of manual operation of the system presents to hazard personnel. Kung delikado, may nagtatrabaho dyan na pag nag-discharge itong water spray system, delikado dun sa occupants o dun sa tao. No, doon malapit doon sa protected area or within that protected area. So, pwede mo siya i-consider na manual operation lang. Okay? Mamaya nagkaroon ng false alarm, nagkaroon ng accidental discharge, nandoon pala yung tao, no, na pwedeng maging hazard sa kanya. So the manual operation of the system shall be permitted where the system is isolated and attended by a trained personnel at all times. Kung 24/7 naman is manually is not yung area na yan, pwede mo lang i-manual operation because tao is also a detector, di ba? Actually, if ang tao is present in good health, tao is the best detector because napifeel yung heat. Amoy niya yung mga hindi magandang amoy, di ba? Nakikita niya yung usok o nakikita niya yung apoy o na-feel niya, no? So the system shall be designed to accomplish at least one of the design objectives as defined in section kanina, section 4.1, no? And the system shall be permitted to have other design objective requiring different protection where approved by the authority having jurisdiction. So, manual operation kanina, kung natatandaan nyo, dapat not more than ang force not more than 40 pounds, ang hatak mo dapat hindi siya lalayo ng 14 inch, di ba? O other design objectives, so the water system and water supply shall be designed to admit water into the piping and to discharge effective water spray from all open nozzle without time delay. And the prompt operation of water spray system is needed to meet the design objective. In most installation, no, the delivery of effective water spray from all open nozzles should take place within 30 seconds after detection. Okay? So kaya ito, ang water spray system, hindi siya dapat sobrang laki. Why? Kasi ang tubig mo nandun lang sa deluge valve mo, kung deluge ang gamit mo o sa actuation valve mo, kung sobrang layo ang nozzle mo, bago makarating doon ng water, baka sumobra ka na ng 30 seconds. Okay? So, hindi siya pwedeng sobrang laki na system. Including pa nagde-design ka ng dry pipe sprinkler or pre-action system, di ba? May mga limited lang yan na like 700 or 500 gallons lang na volume ng tubig. No? So, this can be accomplished by remote starting of fire pump. Okay? So, the use of devices such as timers, would delay system actuation and negatively affect the system intended performance. No? Kung ang system mo like a water spray system, wala ka namang actuation device, kundi ang actuation mo lang dyan is papatakbuhin ng fire pump. No? As tumakbong fire pump, dire-diretso na yun sa water spray nozzle. So pwede kang mag-remote start ng pump. Okay? Pwede ka doon sa control room, lagay mo doon sa isang buong ng may button ka doon. No? Pag nagkaroon ng detection, pindutin mo, tatakbo yung fire pump. Importante, once started, dapat within 30 seconds, umabot na yung water doon sa remotest spray nozzles. Okay? So the design shall ensure that the nozzle spray patterns met. Nakikita sila or nag-overlap. Okay? So the nozzles, ayun. So the nozzles sorry. Wait, what happened? Yeah, on chapter 7. Kulit eh. Okay, so the nozzle spacing vertically or horizontally shall not exceed 3 meters. Okay, nozzle shall be permitted to exceed the spacing of sa taas na 3 meters were listed for spacing exceeding 3 meters. Kung nakalist naman siya, okay, the maximum, check the technical data sheet of spray nozzle. Oh, the maximum spacing shall be 3.7 meters. Oh, pwede siya space up to that distance. So, for the size of system water demand. So, a single system shall not protect more than one fire area. So, one fire area per system. Okay? So, a single system should be designed to limit the flow rate to as small as practicable, with the consideration given to the water supplies and other factors affecting the reliability of protection. So the large system size could decrease the system reliability and increase the transfer time or the time from the power pump or from the water kung saan siya hanggang tubig to the remotest nozzle. There might be a water wastage then and environmental impact. So large systems should generally be limited from 2,500 GPM to 3,000 GPM. Okay. So the number of systems expected to operate simultaneously shall be dependent by evaluating the following factors. Possible flow of burning liquid between areas before or during the operation of spray system, the possible flow of hot gases between the areas that could actuate adjoining yung katabing system, thereby increasing the demand. The flammable gas detection to set up automatically activate the system, and the manual operation of multiple system, another factor that will result in operations of system. So, kailangan i-consider mo din sa computation mo ng size ng water demand. So, pag sinabi size ng water demand, ang mga factors involved yan is the size of your water storage tank, the Q or the GPM of your power pump, and the size of your pipes from the water source up to the base of your water spray fixed system. So yun ang consideration mo in sizing the demand. So the hydraulically designed discharge rate for a single system or multiple system designed to operate simultaneously shall not exceed the available water supply. The water supply will be discussed on chapter 9 of this Nfpa 15. Say, so nakikita niyo yung table, di ba? Okay, on the upper table, this one, Ito you have the system 1, 2, 3 to 6. Ito yung capacity niya. Like system 1, you have 1,800 GPM at 80 PSI. So system 2 is 2,100 at 95. So system 3 is 150 at 105 PSI. This is system 4 at 100 PSI. And system 5 at 90 PSI. And system number 6 is 1,700 GPM at 85 PSI. Assuming na kailangan tatlo. So ang consideration mo, say this is a fuel storage tank, a tank farm from a refinery or a depot. No? So ang consideration is that one water spray fixed system for one tank plus the adjacent 2 tanks. So meaning to say, tatlo palagi ang sasabay na mag-a-activate. Okay, tatlo. So dito sa baba, table sa baba, ang sabi, you have the flow system simultaneously from system 1 to 3. This we have system 2 to 4. We have system 3 to 5 and 4 to 6. Okay. So, what is the maximum demand ngayon? Is the in GPM 62, 65, 68, 66. So itong flow, di ba? Ito ngayon ang demand mo. Maybe you say you have a 250 plus 250 pa yan or 500 na cost requirement. So nasa 7,000, say 7,000 GPM ang requirement mo. Okay, nakuha nyo? Oh, system 1, you have 2,020.62. This one is system 1. System 2 is 2,208. This is system 2. And system 3 is 1,950. Do you have question? Wala mo na, nakamute eh. Why tumaas ang GPM? Because it would be based on the largest TDH, which is 105. Di ba? Kaya itong 1,800 at 80 PSI, kung gagawin mo 100, directly proportional lang, no? So, ang 1,800 at 80 PSI, i-direct mo proportional. So, 1,800 multiplied by 105 divided by 80, ito yung lalabas. So, nagets na. Tumaas ang demand because we base it on the largest PSI or the largest head, which is 105. Okay? So now, the requirement is, say, gawin mo itong 7,000 GPM at 105 PSI. Okay? So yun ang largest demand. Kung may consideration ka on the host, di sama mo dyan, on the host stream na, say, water spray system plus a fixed monitor or water spray system plus a handline host, di ba? I-add mo lang dyan. Okay. Chinek ko lang ang chat group, corruption na pala pinag-uusapan niya.
Tama ka doon, Pres. Nag-uusapan na nga yung corruption, pero kaya objective ng Pifpo para ma-address natin yan eh.
Wala tayo sa corruption, bawal yun. Okay. So, design objective, again, is to extinguishment na. Extinguish. So the system shall be designed to extinguishment so that extinguishment shall be accomplished and all projected surfaces shall be called to prevent a flashback occurring after the system is shut off. So the method are extinguishing of fire by water spray shall be accomplished by one of the following or combination. Methods: surface cooling, smothering by produce of steam, emulsification, dilution, and other factors. Okay? So isa-isay natin to. Isa-isay natin. Ano-ano mga to? So again, therefore, extinguishing method for a fixed water spray system, we have the surface cooling. In the case of this transformer, surface cooling to eh. So because pag nagkaroon ng arc yan sa loob, because an outdoor transformer is filled with oil, transformer oil inside, no? So magkaroon lang ng maliit na short circuiting, magkakaroon ng arc in milliseconds or less. Magkakaroon na yan ng pressure wave hanggang maging static yung pressure sa loob, pwede na siya sumabog. Although normally naman the transformer are equipped with rupture disc, no, to prevent the transformer from explosion. Kasi pag nag-explode yan, masunog, kahit anong pipe water spray mo dyan na ilalagay, hindi yan mamamatay yung apoy. So extinguishment method by cooling or surface cooling, this is the design provided to complete the water spray coverage over the entire surface. So surface cooling is not effective on a gaseous product or flammable liquid and is not generally satisfactory for combustible liquid with having a flash point below 140 degrees C, degree F or 60 degrees C. Okay? And then number 2 is the smothering by steam produce. Kung na-encounter niyo ang tinatawag na water mist fire protection system, no? Sa Batangas chapter, diyan sa Malampaya may mga water mist fire suppression system diyan. Sa Shell, may water mist fire, Shell Tabangao may water mist fire suppression system diyan. It's a water based under Nfpa 750. So nagdi-discharge ng very fine na droplets. So kung mainit ang lugar dahil very fine yung droplets nga, yung droplets is i-convert na into steam. So yung process na yan, nire-reduce niya yung oxygen. Kaya naso-suppress or napapatay niya yung apoy. Okay? So the intensity for smothering by steam produce is that the intensity of the effective fire should be sufficient to generate an adequate steam from the applied water spray. And the condition should be otherwise favorable for smothering effect. So the water spray is to apply to essential of all parts, all areas of expected fires, and the effect should not be contemplated where the material protected could generate an oxygen when it is heated. And for emulsification is the water spray should be applied over the entire flammable liquid. So may ibig sabihin doon mismo sa liquid. So for those liquid having a low viscosity, the coverage should be uniform. And the minimum rate required should be applied with the nozzle pressure not less than the minimum of which the approval is based. Okay. And number 4 is the dilution and other factors. No? When you say dilution, the material should be miscible with water. Kailangan nakakalo siya sa tubig. Example again is the alcohol. Ang hirap i-suppress nun. So the application rate should be adequate to effect the extinguishment within the required period of time based on effective volume of material and the percentage of dilution necessary to render the liquid non-flammable, but not less than the required for control of cooling the surfaces. So again, example is the alcohol. That is miscible with water. Humahalo sa tubig. Okay? So makakita ka dito ng tubig na umaapoy. So the very effective dito is yung i-discuss later ni Engineer Jaime, which is the foam water water spray system with foam. So pero kailangan mag-select ka ng foam na applicable dyan sa type ng chemical. No? Whether an ordinary AFFF ba or FP, or kailangan mo na magkaroon ng alcohol resistant na foam concentrate. The design density for water spray shall be the density is the unit rate. Ano ang Q per area of surface expressed in GPM per square feet. No? Tani Nfpa 13, makikita mo to, depende sa type of occupancy, makukuha mo yung occupancy classification, light, ordinary hazard group 1, group 2, and ordinary hazard group 2, group 3, makukuha mo yung density doon sa design density curve. Dito, hindi ganon. So the general range of water spray application rate shall be applied to the most ordinary combustible solid or liquid from 0.15 to 0.5. Okay? Doon sa design density curve ng Nfpa from 0.1 or 0.05 to 0.4 lang. Dito aabot siya ng 0.5. So, the specific density for extinguishing shall be based on test data or knowledge concerning the conditions similar to those that will apply the actual installation. Oh, this is the design density curve sa Nfpa 13. No? You have this 0.15 for light hazard up to 0.4 for extra hazard group 2. So pwede itong 0.05 doon sa residential occupancy based on Nfpa 13R. Ina-allowed niya yan. Dito, you will have the 0.15 to 0.5 density. Oh, design objectives for cable trays and cable runs. Dito sa mga electrical installation, no, where the cable trays and cable runs, ito kadalasan sa mga substation, power generating plant, manufacturing plant, the hydroelectric power plant, yan, may mga cable trench and cable runs. So for insulated wires in cable or non-metallic tubing is protected by and water spray fixed systems with open nozzle system shall be designed to extinguish a fire that originates within the cable or tube. So when the system shall be hydraulically designed to impinge water. So kailangan tamaan siya ng tubig directly on each tray or group of cable tubes. No, that is the density is 0.15. But sa water spray for cable trays and cable runs, ang density mo is 0.15 GPM per square foot lang. Pero if you're designing a power protection on a cable trays or cable runs for a power plant, iba ang density requirement based on Nfpa 850, di ba? It should be on 0.25 GPM per square foot against an area of 2,500 square feet, di ba? Dito 0.15 lang. So the cable trays and cable runs shall be permitted to be protected by other water spray densities and method of applicable were verified by the test or were acceptable to authority having jurisdiction. So automatic device shall be detect the smoldering or slow development of flames. Okay? So dito sa cable trench, the most effective dito kasi pag nagkaroon ka ng overloading, nagkaroon ka ng problema, ano mangyayari sa cable? Iinit. So ang maganda dito is heat detector. Okay? And the type of heat detector na maganda dito is the linear din. So you have the cable trench, no? The cable trench, tapos ipatong mo lang doon sa cable yan. No? Nakasigsag, hindi yan diretso, nakasigsag. Ang pagpatong mo sa cable trench niyan. And where it is likely that spills of flammable liquid or multi-materials will expose to cable, non-metallic tubing, and tray support shall be designed of protection. Okay. Ay, isa maganda dito sa cable trench kung ako, no, is the passive type of fire protection. Yung may mga ini-spray dyan na fire retardant na mga coating, no, na para maging fire rated ang cable mo. But hindi yung kapalit, no. Supplemental yon, but not substitutes to a water spray kung required. Belt conveyor, so the density nito, okay, so the for all open nozzle shall be located direct water spray onto the surface of to extinguish the fire in hydraulic oil, the belt, so sa hydraulic oil, sa belt, and the content of the belt or the drive unit. So the water impingement on the structural elements shall provide exposure protection against radiant heat of impingement flame. So hindi lang yung belt, yung product kasama yung pulley, yung oil, hydraulic oil, including the structure ng belt conveyor. So interlock shall be provided between the detection and to shut down the machine once a fire was detected. Okay? So may shutdown ka. And ito, hindi kagaya ng iba, hindi nila specify yung hose trim. Dito sa cable, specify niya na 250 GPM na hose trim plus the requirement of your water spray fixed system. Okay. Say, the conveyor, anong product, anong kino-convey niya? Kung sa power plant ulit yan, or a coal-fired power plant, mali ito. Because the recommendation ng 850 is 0.25 GPM over an area of 2,000 square feet or a length of 30 meters or 100 feet. And your hose, your outdoor hose or the outdoor hose is 500 GPM doon. And dito 1 hour, sa 850 ang requirement, ang recommendation is 2 hours. Pero kung ito naman conveyor is not say is not under ng Nfpa 850, pwede na ito sundin. So maglagay ka doon sa drive unit, no? So ito, you have the spray on the sa mga ruler, no? You have the drive, the idler, and doon sa power, no? Sa power ruler ruler. So the water spray system shall be installed to protect the drive rolls, the pickup rolls, the power units, and the hydraulic oil unit. So the net is 0.25. Ito, tumama siya rito. So the net rate of water application for the drive unit shall not less than 0.25 of the roll or the belt. Okay. So I think this is not part of Nfpa 15. Part pa ba? Yeah, this is still part of Nfpa 15 rather. So the water spray system shall be installed to automatically wet the type of the belt, the content, and the bottom of the belt. We have this sample installation, no? So this is the supply main is this one nasa taas. Ito, we have the detector, we have the supply mains, the cross main, and the high velocity nozzles, no? Meron ka rito sa taas ng belt, meron ka dito sa return belt, no? And meron ka pa dito sa spray nozzle upper and lower belt and the idler. Then you have an optional nozzle for the metal plate or the structures, no? This one is an enclosed belt or hooded belt conveyor. So meron kang enclosures or hood, meron kang heat detectors, you have the nozzles dito sa baba. Okay? And figure number 3, wala pala. So the design patterns of water spray nozzles shall envelop of at least a net rate of 0.25. So the top, the bottom, the belt surface, the conveyor surface where combustible materials are likely to accumulate. So the structural parts and the idler rules supporting the belt. So kasama yung structure, no? So what is this? So the water spray protection for belt shall accomplish either of the following. So extend onto the transfer belt, the transfer equipment, and the transfer building. Sa 850, no? So kino-consider mo doon is the simultaneous discharge of the water spray or sprinkler system to the belt plus this the transfer tower, di ba? Or the structure near that belt or at the end of that belt. So interlock such a manner that the water spray protecting the feeding belt will automatically activate the water spray system protecting the first segment of the downstream belt or the downstream equipment. This is not part again of Nfpa 15 pero kinuha ko to sa Nfpa 850. So or the 850 is the recommended practice for power protection for electric generating plant and the high voltage direct current converter station. So dito nire-recommend niya na so each belt system should be arranged to automatically shut off the driver if the power if in the event pala driving power in the event of belt slowdown or greater than 20% of misalignment. So nagkaroon ka ng misalignment ng 20% o bumaba siya ang speed. So pag gumalaw ito, nagkaroon ng misalignment, tatamaan ito yung mag-shutdown ng conveyor system. Of course, yung shutdown niyan yung motor. Pag na-shutdown ang motor, hindi na iniikot, hindi na tatakbo ang belt. So provision should be made also to energize the lightning and the electrical power. Okay? So this is not part of Nfpa 15. Dinagdag ko lang to, but this one is coming from Nfpa 72, which is the alarm code. So linear heat detector 4, linear heat detection for belt conveyors. Control of burning. Another design objective of a water spray fixed system is to control the burning. So a system for control of burning shall operate as intended until there had been time for the burning material to be consumed. For the steps to be taken to shut off the flow of the leaking materials. So the nozzle shall be positioned to impinge water directly on the area source of fire and where the spills are likely to spread or to accumulate. So may nozzle ka doon sa equipment plus on the area na pwede mag-accumulate yung fuel. So the application rate shall be at a net rate of not less than 0.5 and thus 0.5 GPM per square foot. So this is a sample na installation na the pumps, the pumps or other devices that handle flammable liquid or gases shall have a shaft, seals, and other critical parts enveloped directly at the water spray at a net rate of 0.5 din. Okay. So control burning for flammable and combustible liquid full fires. Okay, full fires. So the water spray system designed to control a 4 fires resulting from flammable and combustible liquid spill, so ito yung kalat, shall be designed to apply a net rate of 0.3 GPM per square foot. GPM per square foot nga, tama, of the protected area. So when you say full fire, this is a type of fire or of diffusion flame where the layer of volatile liquid fuel is evaporating and burning. So the fuel layer can either be on horizontal solid substrate or the floating on a high density liquid, usually water. So the full fires are an important scenario in a fire safety science, as the large amount of liquid fuels are stored and transported by different industries. This is a full fire now. Okay, maybe you have a spill of flammable combustible material or liquid dyan. So you have this flame height, you have the surface of emissive power, you have the distance of heat flux, no? And the fire tilts due to wind. Okay, so the rate of water spray mo rito is dapat 0.3 GPM over the area of the entire fire or entire protected area. So next is the exposure, no? Exposure protections. So this is a system that operates as intended for the anticipated duration of exposed fire. So what is the density? So generally, the upper portion of the equipment and the upper level of the supporting structure are less severely exposed by a fire. Na if you kung nakapasok na kayo sa mga desalination plant, no, like ng mga pagawaan ng mga alak, no, yung mga hard drinks. In desalination plant nila ang tataas niyan. So yung structure noon, the beam, the structural and horizontal structure ng tataas. So normally, pag nag-leak, say alcohol, nasa baba lang yon. So ang sunog, nandun lang sa baba. So yung exposure doon sa taas, hindi ganoon ka laki. Exposure sa fire, no? So, consideration can thus be given to reduce the degree or eliminating the water spray protection to the upper portion of high equipment or level of structures, provided a serious accumulations of the fuel or torch action from the broken process piping or equipment cannot occur in this elevation. Example are the certain types of distillation columns, no, above, say, 4 to 9 meters or 12 meters, no, level, and the above third and fourth level of a multi-story open structure. So the density for exposure protections include a safety factor of 0.05 GPM to compensate the unanticipated wastage. Okay. So water spray shall apply to a vessels, no, for exposure protection to a vessel surface, including top bottom of the surface at not a rate of not less than 0.25 GPM. No? 0.25 GPM. Over the exposed fire surface. Exposure protection for vessels. So, ito, where rundown is contemplated. The distance between the nozzle at a different level of elevations protecting a vertical or inclined surface shall not exceed 3.7 meters as measured along the surface. So ito yung level of your nozzles. So normally, pag tank yan, say spherical tank ng LPG, no? Yung may paikot ka doon multi-level yun So the distance shall not be more than 3.7 meters. Like this one, no? So this one, nasunog ito or there's an incident here sa mga equipment na to. And this area is exposed to fire. Okay, you have this level 1, another level maybe dito sa baba no, na spray nozzle loop or the branch line loop niya, no? So this is subject for exposure. Kailangan mo ba protectionan buo or ikalahati lang nitong tangke na to? Kasi yun na naman na-expose, no? So pwede mo yan hatiin, sir. Kasi yun na naman kalahati na expose. So another example here, we have this figure 7.422 from Nfpa 15. No? So you have this vertical tank. You have the nozzles at top and below 3.7 meters another layer and another layer at 3.7 meters or 12 feet. So ito yung mga mga spray nozzle level. Tatlong level ka. So dito, ang protection mo rito sa baba is manggagaling dito sa first level. Ang protection mo rito is manggagaling dito sa second level. And the protection here is manggagaling sa top most level. Okay? So nagkakaroon niya ng water rundown. Bababa ang tubig Kahit anong gawin mo, sa ayaw mo sa hindi, talagang bababa ang tubig Okay? Another vessel exposure protection for a horizontal distance between the nozzle be such that the spray meet or overlap at the protected surface. So this one, bakit ito sa baba? This is an LPG tank. Mayroon siyang protection sa itaas. Mayroon ka sa ibaba. Bakit hindi nilagay sa gitna? Magkakaroon naman ng rundown ng tubig. Hindi yan magkakaroon ng rundown ng tubig. Kasi pag bilog kasi bilog. Okay. Magkakaroon kayo ng protection dito sa taas. Of course, magkakaroon ng rundown dyan. Diba? Pag dito mo nilagay yan, wala kang rundown, pag tumama dyan, bababa lang yan diretso. Hindi yan iikot sa baba. Diba? Kaya dito siya nilagay sa baba. Okay? So baka marami na kayo papabaguhin mga installation doon sa Laguna, lalo na doon sa Technopark, Santa Rosa. Okay? Dapat dito sa baba, hindi dyan sa gitna. Okay, example are, this one, you have the top level na water spray and the bottom elevation. Okay? So ito yung upper level niya, hindi niya na niloop, Pero kung mas maganda to sana kung nakaloop Pero baka mamaya obstruction kasi siya, Kaya hindi na niloop. Or kaya ganyan yan, baka ang exposure protection na rito, like pag ito ang may, say, this is a multiple cylinder, no? Say ito cylinder 1, cylinder 2, cylinder 3. Inati siya dahil ang consideration mo, pag ito ang nagkaroon ng say, fire, ito lang ang i-discharge mo kalahati. Kasi yun lang, and then kalahati din dito. Kasi yun naman na-expose sa fire. Di ba? Hindi naman na-expose to kabila eh. Okay. So, kung may mga parts ng tangke like manholes, yung hagdan niya, yung mga brackets, kung ano pa mga instrumentation yan, na nagkakaroon ka ng obstruction dun sa pattern mo, okay, dapat, or sa wetting surface mo, dapat nabasa to, but dahil due to obstruction, nagkakaroon ng harang. So, kailangan mo yan either i-configure ng maganda yung spray nozzle mo or maglagay ka ng another nozzle separate dun sa parts na yon. Example, you have this water spray, pero baka napakalaki nitong support na to. O baka itong may manhole ka rito na malaki na pwedeng mag-obstruct dun sa rundown ng tubig. Okay, Jay, nandyan yan. Ito yung spray nozzle mo. So baka kailangan mo maglagay dito ng isang nozzle. Okay? Para ma-cover itong area na to. Okay? Uy, 11 o'clock na. Sorry. Another exposure protection. We have this protection for the structure, no, the horizontal beam and the vertical beam. Nandiyan naman yung nandito naman yung mga density, no. So you can have this alternative engineering analysis para pwede mong alisin yung water space structure na yan. Okay? So example is this one, no. Lalo na sa mga power plant na exposure structure mo sa oil na pwede mag-accumulate dyan. So kailangan ka may water spray nozzle din yan sa mga structure mo, sa beam, sa poste, di ba? So transformer, okay. Ang requirement lang dyan is shall be protected based on the prism envelope of the surface of the transformer, kasama itong conservator tank, kasama yung ilalim nito, kung may mga accessories, may pumps, and so forth, radiators, kasama yon. So the density is 0.25 over the entire surface ng transformer. Doon sa baba, sa non-absorbing ground is only 0.15. Kasi pwede mag-accumulate din ng grass ang transformer oil dyan sa baba eh. Okay? So meron ka rin hose stream na 250 GPM for 1 hour. So yung mga requirement lang dito, your nozzle dapat hindi directly naka-impingement dito sa bushing, no? Kasi high voltage. Use the BIL kanina, no? The basic insulation level, what is the minimum distance from the live parts ng transformer. And the pipe shall not cross at the top of the transformer. Okay? Hydraulic calculation is almost the same with the procedures on Nfpa 13. Okay? Except na ang pressure mo sa Nfpa 13 for standard sprinkler is 7 PSI. Dito is 20 PSI. Mas malaki ang requirement niya. And the density, of course, mas malaki. Base doon sa recommended. Depende sa type of equipment. And kung outdoor yan, nire-recommend yan 30 PSI to overcome the effect of wind. Okay? So yun, same forms ang ginagamit, same with Nfpa 13, but dito kasi, sa Nfpa kasi, sa sprinkler kasi, the number of sprinkler to be calculated is based on the design area of operation divided by number of, or the coverage of sprinkler. Yun lang yun. Dito, since na-open ito, so i-consider mo lahat ng nozzles niya. Open eh. So once activated kasi yan, tubig lalabas dun sa lahat ng nozzles. Okay, you have some, maybe babasahin na lang ito. So you have again the pressure of 30 PSI. You can disregards the effect of velocity if the velocity is less than or equal to 2.7 multiplied by the square root of total pressure. So pwede mo lang kalimutan yung effect ng velocity pressure. So that's all for hydraulic calculation. That is chapter 8. Now, and the chapter 9 will be the water supplies. So of course, based on largest demand, the design shall be based on Nfpa 22. Every water sprinkler shall have at least one automatic water supply. The volume again shall be based on the largest demand or the simultaneous operation of a multiple water spray system or plus the requirement for the water monitor or the hose stream. So that is the chapter 9. Chapter 10 is the system acceptance. Same with Nfpa 13. You need to have a flashing, you have the material construction list, nasa Nfpa 13 yan, nasa Nfpa 24 din yan. You need to flash the from source up to the base of your water spray, wherein you need 10 meters per 10 feet per second, so 3 meters per second na velocity para matanggal ang dumi. So you have this pipe size and the required GPM para makuha mo yung 10 feet per second, so 3 meters per second. Okay? Hydro test is the same with sprinkler system, no? In Nfpa 13, so you hydro test your pipe or your system at 200 psi or 50 psi plus the working pressure, whichever is the larger value. Okay? You have a operating test and a discharge test of an open nozzles. Maganda dito sa discharge test kasi makikita mo yung pattern mo kung naglalap o kung nagmi-meet ba sila o nag-overlap or kung barado yung nozzle. Makikita yung during the discharge test. So the inspection testing maintenance shall be based on chapter on Nfpa 25, which is the standards for inspection testing and maintenance of water-based fire protection. My last topic, chapter 12, is ultra high-speed water sprinkler system, spray system. If we have time later, pwede natin i-discuss ito after ni Engineer Jaime Reyes, no? Kasi kailangan medyo sumobra na ako ng isang oras, kailangan ko na ibigay sa kanya to. Ang kagandahan lang nito is tingnan mo 50 psi ang kanyang pressure. So later na to. And thank you everybody. So the question and answer siguro later na lang sa after ni Engineer Jaime. So that ends the first topic for this Nfpa 15 online technical seminar, and thank you everyone. I-unshared ko na, stop ko yung shared. Sir Jaime, Engineer Jaime, please take over. So the next, okay, naka-unshare na ako. So, salamat sa lahat again. Naka-Pifpo uniform si sir.
Sir, bago bumalik sa nakabili. Sige.
First, sir, I'd like to say thank you na pumayag ka na maging speaker namin dito ngayon. Kahit nasa abroad ka. So, Sir Jaime is the senior fire protection engineer of a nuclear power plant in Abu Dhabi. So, he's presenting live from Abu Dhabi.
Good morning sa inyo lahat, mga sir. And I think we have ma'am here. So, naririnig ba, sir? Okay naman yung sound? Malinaw? Malinaw. Okay. So, thank you so much, Pres Ronel, for giving me the chance to discuss to you to the team or to everyone about the Nfpa 16. Like what Pres Ronel said, I will discuss this standard for the installation of foam water sprinkler and foam water spray system based on Nfpa 16. Okay, so I was already introduced by Engineer Ronel, and I don't want to further extend that. So let's start now our presentation. So let's start with the introduction to foam agent. And before that, I would like to make a comparison between the Nfpa 16 and Nfpa 11. So, ano ba ang pagkakaiba nitong dalawang ito na standard? In this presentation, I will discuss Nfpa 16 based on the latest edition, the 2019 edition. And here, sa ating slides, it's clearly mentioned the difference between the two. So first is, in Nfpa 16, the foam generating method that we are using is the sprinkler system. Okay, so that's why we have the foam water sprinkler and the foam water spray system. Normally, it produces only low expansion foam. Okay? However, kapag meron na tayong, halimbawa, meron tayong foam monitor, meron tayong foam chamber, we have other equipments that can able to produce high expansion or medium expansion. So we have to go to the Nfpa 11. Basta tandaan natin, kapag sinabi natin foam system and it refers to sprinkler system, let us proceed to Nfpa 16. Otherwise, we have to refer to Nfpa 11, which is the standard for low, medium, and high expansion foam. Okay. So like what Engineer Ronel did on his presentation, he also gives some definition for Nfpa 15. I'll also give some definitions that are related to Nfpa 16, like what is the code? So code is a law or regulation that sets forth minimum requirements, and in particular, so normally pag sinabi natin code, it refers to a law or regulation. Like in the Philippines, we are following the Fire Code of the Philippines. Here in the UAE, we are following the UAE Fire Code or UAE Fire and Life Safety Code. In Qatar, they're using Life Safety Code. There's a small handbook there in Qatar. So we also have the standard, okay? An Nfpa standard, the main text of which contains only mandatory provision using the word shall to indicate requirements, and that is in form generally suitable for mandatory reference by another standard or code or for adoption into the law. So alam na natin to, no? Hindi si standard like Nfpa 16 ang magsasabi sa'yo na kailangan mo ng foam system. So the code will tell you when do you need to have foam system, when do you need to have standpipe system, when do you need to have other extinguishing system. Okay, the standard is to tell you how to install that, how to design the system based on that standard. Like the next one is shall. Okay, indicates a mandatory requirement. Normally it's found in the main context of the standard or in the code. So we also have should. The word should indicates a recommendation. Okay, normally it's mentioned in the annex of the any standard or a code. Okay, should also, the word should is also explained or is also given to give additional information. So that's why in annex sometimes binibigyan tayo ng further explanation bakit ba nire-require ng code or ng standard itong requirement na ito. We also have the word or the phrase foam concentrate. Kailangan kasi na malaman natin itong pagkakaiba ng foam concentrate, foam solution, and the foam itself. So ano ba ang foam concentrate? Foam concentrate, from the word itself, a concentrated liquid foaming agent as received from the manufacturer. So halimbawa, meron tayong different kinds of foam concentrate that we will discuss later on the next slides. So this is a concentrated liquid. We also have foam solution. Kapag nag-mix na ang water at ang foam concentrate, it is called foam solution. So how about foam? The word foam, or we call it firefighting foam because sometimes yung foam, merong mga foam sa upuan, di ba? Merong mga term na foam na ginagamit sa ibang system. So what is firefighting foam? According to NFPA 11, okay, this was taken from NFPA 16, but it was referred from NFPA 11. It is a stable aggregation of bubbles of lower density than oil or water. Napaka-importante nito kasi yung foam, we have to make sure that it has a lower density than oil or water. So iibabaw siya sa water or any oil or any fuel to perform its job, which we'll discuss later. The result of mixing foam concentrate, water, and air to produce bubbles. So ang foam is combination of foam concentrate, water, and air. Okay? Or pwede natin sabihin na foam solution because foam concentrate plus water is foam solution plus the air to produce bubbles. Firefighting foam is a mass of bubbles formed by various methods from aqueous solution of specially formulated foaming agents. Okay. So, according to NFPA 16, foam system has 3 different applications or we call it also design intent. Ano bang purpose mo? Bakit mo ba siya ilalagay sa system mo? We have the first one, which is the prevention. Okay. So, ang foam system, like what is shown here on the screen, the fire brigade is using a nozzle. It's a low expansion foam. They are using this to supply or to supply the foam in the dike, okay, in case of spillage of oil or any fuel, okay, liquid fuel. Bakit ba ginagawa ito kapag nagkaroon ng spillage ng fuel? So the reason why is in order to prevent the fuel from reaching the flash point. Remember what Engineer Ronel said? So we want to prevent that from happening because if we reach the flash point of a certain combustible material, combustible liquid, then what will happen? Any type of ignition, it will create fire or it will catch fire. Okay? So in order to prevent that, gamitin mo na yung foam sa tumapon na fuel, so para to prevent that from catching fire. So in here we have a sample type of a low foam equipment, okay, low expansion foam equipment. This is a hose station foam system, okay. So normally it's located indoor. Sometimes you put it outdoor as long as it's not reaching more than certain temperature para hindi masira yung foam concentrate. So hinihila lang to ng bombero or anyone who is capable of performing fire suppression or manual fire attack in the facility. So ginagamit nila ito. So what else do we have here? Foam system application is also used for control and exposure protection, same like in NFPA 15, that it is used for control and exposure protection. So halimbawa, paano ba sinasabi natin exposure protection? Halimbawa, meron tayong fire on the nearby area, like example, transformer fires, okay? So in transformer fires, we have several transformer units inside the facility. So in order to prevent another transformer from catching fire, so binubuhusan na natin to ng either water or sometimes, sabi nga ni Pres kanina, pwede natin gamitin itong foam system so it will prevent from catching fire, no? Yung another transformer. And what else? Foam system can also be used for control purposes. So we already defined this one in NFPA 13. The control is that we are not actually suppressing or extinguishing the fire. What we are trying to do here is that we're trying to maintain a very low heat release rate sa fire, okay? Because like for example, if you're inside a room and you cannot able to control the fire because the sprinkler system is not properly designed or maintained, something like that, anong mangyayari? Tataas yung heat release rate, and then what will happen? It will go to what we call the flashover. Ayan ang purpose ng sprinkler system. No? Any type of sprinkler system except for the ESFR. So is to control the fire. What do you mean control the fire? To prevent it from reaching the flashover. What is flashover? The flashover is reaching a temperature. Normally it reaches a temperature of 600 degrees C plus the region heat flux of 20 kilowatt per square meter. Pag na-reach na ng high ang ceiling temperature ng 600 degrees C, 20 kilowatt per square meter, yung buong room mo ay may engulf na ng fire. So, yun yung pinaprevent ni sprinkler. Okay? And paano ma-extinguish ang fire? Of course, by manual means. Kaya kailangan natin ng bumbero para i-manual means control, or sorry, to suppress and also to extinguish the fire or to kill the fire. Okay? In Nfpa, you can see here that the diagram is something like that. On the bottom, middle bottom, there's a graph here that shows the fire suppression, the fire control. However, it's just an ideal representation, but in reality, okay, it's just fluctuating graph. No, when you go to the last here, no, from the ignition point at 0, it reaches the maximum heat release rate, and then fire control, and such point that it suppresses. Okay, but not extinguished because there's still release rate, means meron pang fire sa area. So this is one of the application or the design intent of the foam sprinkler system. Next one is the extinguishment. Ito ang pinaka gusto nating mangyari, no? Pag merong fire, kung kaya ng sprinkler system ma-extinguish by proper design, by proper discharge densities like in the Nfpa 15 kanina, proper design densities, we can able to have extinguishment. Okay? So, ano ba ang uses and limitation of the foam system? First, let us discuss ano bang uses ng foam system. It can be used for Class A or Class B fire. Class A is solid combustible material like wood, cloth, etc., etc. We have also Class B fire, which is the liquid combustible. Okay, it's already defined before that on the previous presentation that there are two types. Pagka nasa oil and gas ka, or if you are studying Nfpa 30, there are two types there, which is the liquid combustible and the flammable liquid. Okay, what's the difference between the two? It's about the flash point. Okay, if you have a lower flash point, means sa mababang temperature pa lang nagpo-produce na siya ng vapor. So, isabihin, yung ano siya ay belong siya sa flammable liquid, which is less than 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay. And then what else? Low expansion foam is used principally to extinguish burning, flammable, or combustible liquid spill or tank fires by application to develop a cooling, coherent blanket. So, like what we discussed on the previous slides, foam system composed of water, foam concentrate, and air. So we all know that in the fire triangle that we have fuel, oxygen, and heat. Although if we have already a fire, we have what we call the fire tetrahedron, which has the chemical reaction. Okay, but if we remove any one of those elements from the fire triangle or the fire tetrahedron, we can able to extinguish the fire. Okay, so in here, what we're trying to do is to remove the heat from the fire. Okay, so by application of water or the foam water. Okay, so it cools the fuel, Okay? So, pag kinul natin yung fuel, mangyari, we reduce the heat and we are trying to reduce or to extinguish the fire. Okay. What else does the foam system do? Foam can be used to diminish or halt the generation of flammable vapors from non-burning liquid or solid. Sa fire kasi, let me just give you some additional fire engineering or fire sciences. I know it will be discussed later on other presentations. Sa fire, in order for you to ignite a certain material, even solid materials, the the pace of the material should be an vapor pace. Okay, like for example, if liquid, if you heat a liquid, it will turn to a vapor. Kaya nga meron tayong mga flash point. Ganun din sa solid, no? Solid must turn into vapor before you can able to ignite and to burn it. Okay. So sa solid, meron tayong tinatawag na what we call the pyrolysis. The pyrolysis is the chemical this is the chemical reaction, okay, that turns the solid into a vapor. It's different from what we call the sublimation. Sublimation from solid to gas phase. In here, there's a chemical reaction happening because of the large amount of heat energy that is being transferred from the flame to the solid. So ganito rin dito. Kapag diniminish natin yung pag-provide o pag-generate ng flammable vapors from the fuel, okay? Kung wala tayong vapor, kahit na may ignition, halimbawa yung flame, so hindi na tayo makakapag-create ng fire. So we're trying to prevent that. So it's one of the purpose of the foam system. We also have foam of medium or high expansion. Kapag kasi sinabi mong medium expansion or high expansion, the expansion rate is like from 20, above 20. 20 is to 1, okay? For example, if you have 1 cubic meter of foam solution, you can able to produce 20 cubic meter of foam, okay? That's the definition of the foam expansion. Again, foam of the medium or high expansion type may be used to fill enclosure such as basement areas or hold of ships where fires are difficult or impossible to reach. Although we'll not discuss it here because we're just discussing the sprinkler system which produces low expansion, less than 20 yung expansion rate niya. Although if you go to Nfpa 11, ito, di-discuss to doon, yung medium or high expansion. Like for example, if you are using what do you call that? That foam generator. Okay, the foam generator can able to fill the entire room. No, like for example, in the aircraft hangar, sometimes it uses they are using this foam generator to produce large amount of foam. Okay, to cover the whole aircraft. Okay, to prevent it from catching fire or to extinguish the fire. So many foams are generated from solution with very low surface tension and penetration characteristics. Foam of this type are useful when Class A combustible material. Yan, kapag meron tayong low surface tension, it is very useful para sa Class A. Kasi sa Class A, hindi agad sumusuot agad yung, yung foam. Kaya meron may mga type ng foam na nakadesign para sa Class A. Okay, but usually the foam system is used for Class B fires. Okay. So how about the limitation of foam? So we all know that foam is so light. Foam breaks down and vaporizes its water content under attack by heat and flame. Of course, if it is exposed to heat, high amount of heat energy, it vaporizes. So kapag nawala ng foam, so the fire will just continue. Okay, so we have to make sure that we have a continuous amount of foam flowing to the fire or to the hazard area. Foam is unstable and may be broken down easily by physical or mechanical force such as water hose stream. Kaya nga pag dumating na yung bumbero, minsan pagka ginamit na nila itong kanilang hose, pag may foam pa doon, madali agad masira yon gamit lang yung hose string nila. Turbulent air or violent uprising combustion gases from fires may divert foam from the burning area. If you have, like for example, in the oil and gas, if you have open dike or in the open areas or dikes, kapag malakas yung hangin, pwedeng yung foam madali na lang yun na ma-drift. So pag na-drift yon at hindi na-cover niya yung fire, so yung fire, it will be continuous on. So that's one of the limitations of the foam system. So like what I said, kaya importante dito yung continuous application of foam for a certain duration of time, which we will discuss later, okay? What are the ideal or the theoretical duration of discharge of foam concentrate into the fire area? We also have foam water deluge systems are applicable to two-dimensional flammable liquid hazard. Ano ba itong two-dimensional flammable liquid hazard? Kapag meron kang mga full fire or meron kang mga that is just flowing only on horizontal. Pero kapag yung halimbawa may mga area na halimbawa oil and gas industries or other industries that there's a flowing, no? May flowing ng fuel, hindi ito effective na gamitin, no? So there are other types of extinguishing system that can be used for three-dimensional fires. It's generally cannot be used for metal fires because of violent reaction. We all know that water, of course, including foam system, cannot be used for metal fires. Why? We all know that metal fires, it's very difficult to ignite a metal. Okay, you need a very high temperature or high energy in order for you to ignite a metal. But when a metal started to burn, what will happen? It creates a violent reaction. Okay, so when you apply water there, because of the high amount of energy in the system, a high amount of heat energy ka doon, very high amount of heat energy. Pag nag-apply ka ng water, so what will happen? Theoretically, it actually separates. Now we all know water is H2O. It separates the H2 from the oxygen. So when you separate the H2, which is hydrogen, which is a flammable gas, that's what happened when you apply water to a metal fire. It creates a violent reaction. So same thing here. It cannot be foam cannot be used for, generally it cannot be used for metal fires. Although if you go to the Nfpa handbook, there are some cases that foam can be used. No, that's why I said generally. You always have to refer to the SDS, okay, the safety data sheet, in case we don't know what kind of extinguishing system can be used or applicable for that particular metal. Okay. So let's go to the foam water sprinkler system type. We have different types of foam water sprinkler system. First is the foam water deluge system. This is the common one that is used in the plant, in the buildings, commercial buildings, etc., etc. So we all know for the deluge system, we have open type sprinkler, like what we see here. This is a Tyco BT, I forgot the model. It's BT. Tyco BT nozzle, okay, it's an open type. It's used for the foam water deluge system. This is another one, I believe it's Nfpa type nozzle, open type nozzle, that is used for this kind of application. Okay, what are the different parts here? We have the bladder tank. Okay, this is the bladder tank. This is the one that holds the foam concentrate. We have the deluge valve here. Okay, that holds the water upstream the deluge valve. So ang water hanggang dito lang. So it is controlled by the deluge valve. Okay. So means to say, this line after the deluge valve open up to the sprinkler, up to the nozzle. Okay. So when there's a fire, it activates the detection system. Detection system sends signal to the fire alarm control panel or the fire suppression control panel. Fire suppression control panel activates the solenoid valve. Solenoid valve will open or will be triggered and then open the valve. Okay. So, pasok na dito yung water. Pasok ni water dito. Some of them will go to the it's a bladder tank. So the bladder tank or the water push bladder, there's a bladder here, pushes the bladder and discharge the foam concentrate to the system. So this is the proportioner here, which we'll discuss more later. This one mixes the foam concentrate and the water, and it goes to the system or to the nozzles. Here down is a sample of drawing the layout of the sprinkler system. Sorry, the foam water sprinkler system. We have the nozzles here. Okay. We have the piping. We have the deluge valve that is located very near. Yeah, there's a requirement from the Nfpa 16 regarding this one, and it will be tackled later on. We have the deluge valve. It's very should be located very near to the deluge valve. Sorry, the foam bladder tank. And then we also have the foam water dry pipe system. For the foam water dry pipe system, we all know that it's closed type. We're employing closed type sprinkler system. So this line after the dry pipe bulb is charged with dry air. So normally it's used in areas where there is temperature reaching below 4 degrees Celsius. Okay. So if we have this kind of situation, like for example, we have a warehouse or storage application that we use foam system, and that warehouse or that storage application is a cold storage. No? Hindi tayo pwede basta-basta gumamit ng wet pipe system doon. So we can use either foam water dry pipe system, or we can use the next one, which is the pre-action type. So normally this is charged with air, high pressure, okay? It holds the dry pipe bulb, okay? What else do we have for the dry pipe bulb? We have the accelerator here. The purpose of the accelerator, like what Engineer Ronel said, for the dry pipe, we have for the double interlock pre-action system, we have to make sure that once the system activates, okay, the sprinkler activates, be sure that the water should flow within 60 seconds. Pero kung mataas pa rin ang pressure mo dito sa system, lalo kung napakalaki yung system mo, ang mangyayari, matagalan bago dumating yung water. Okay? So kung matagal dumating yung water, napakataas na o napakalaki na ng sunog mo, baka hindi na maapula nun. So kailangan within 60 seconds, kailangan nakalabas na yung water sa sprinkler. So in order to do that, sometimes we have to use accelerator. In some cases, we don't need accelerator kung maliit lang naman yung system. So there's a limitation there in Nfpa 13 which can be used to design when the accelerator is required for that. We also have the air pressure maintenance device. Okay, since we need pressure here, sometimes we have the compressor plus the tank, and we have the air regulator. In some cases, for example, in the plant, we have the system air. We can able to directly connect it to that and just install an air regulator just to make sure that we are regulating the air going to the system. Okay. I will discuss later on why shows here that we are having blue color of sprinkler. I will discuss this one. This is one of the requirements for Nfpa 816. Also have the foam water pre-action system. So unlike the dry pipe system, in the dry pipe system, there's no detection. Here, there is detection system. Yun lang naman ang halos pagkakaiba nun. So once there's a fire, okay, if you are having a single interlock pre-action system, once there's a fire, waits signal to the fire alarm control panel, or the fire suppression control panel. Fire suppression control panel activates a solenoid valve to open the pre-action valve or the breach valve. Also, as you can see here, one of the requirements for the foam system is to have this one. This is called the test line. Test line is very useful if you have this in order for you to test the system. Later on, I will discuss a little bit about how to perform a what we call the foam concentration determination test. So normally magbubuga tayo ng foam dito, no? Maraming foam actually. So kapag wala ka nito, test line na to, ginawa mo every year according to Nfpa 25, you have to do a foam concentration test. So kung wala ka nito, mahirap na tanggalin mo yung pipe mo, ibalik mo para lang perform mo yung foam concentration test. We'll discuss it more later. We have the pre-prime system. It's called pre-prime, although it's actually a wet pipe. Okay, a wet pipe system. So it has, of course, we have the alarm check valve, we have the drain valve, we have the isolating valve, we have the bladder tank, and which is connected to the system. It means to say this line is having a foam solution. That's why it's called pre-prime, kasi meron na itong foam solution content inside the pipe. It's called pre-prime system. Okay, let's go to the foam system components and function. I think it's under section foam system and function is under chapter 6. What I did on my presentation is that I just crumbled it para mas lalong maintindihan kung ano ba yung mga kailangan parts by parts. Okay. Let's start with the sprinkler and nozzles. Sprinklers and nozzles, which are the foam generators. We have two types here. We call it the air aspirating foam sprinkler, and we have the non-air aspirating sprinkler. So, magkakaiba nito. Air aspirating, like what we have here, is a Tyco nozzle. Once there's a foam solution coming in to this nozzle, so foam solution, and it's actually gaining air inside the nozzle, agitate it, mix it to produce. Okay? So this is for the deluge system. This can also be used for deluge system actually. Kung minsan nagtitipid yung kliyente, sabi ng kliyente, gusto ko medyo tipid lang tayo. Medyo mahal kasi itong nozzle na to. So gamit tayo ng normal sprinkler. Tagin lang natin yung itong glass bulb. Okay? And then use it for the deluge system. The difference with this one is this is a non-air aspirating. Bakit ba non? Kasi walang pumapasok na air dito within the nozzle. So dito lang siya mag-mix. Tapos nitong solution, kapag lang siya mag-mix with the ambient air. Push to form bubbles. Okay. How about this one? The closed type is used for the pre-action, pipe, and the wet system. So this is the type of sprinkler we use. Action, dry pipe, and wet type. Okay. This is another type of open nozzle. This is used for the deluge bulb. So we have different types of foams here. Okay, we have the aqueous film forming foam. We have the alcohol type foaming agent. We have the medium and high expansion foaming agent. We have the fluoroprotein foaming agent, which is FP. Which we also have the triple FP, which is the film forming fluoroprotein agent, and we have the protein foaming agent. It's difficult to describe each and every agent here. So on the next slide, we'll show to you the general characteristics na lang nung bawat foam system na to. So foam system, usually we have 1%, 3%, and 6%. Okay? So minsan tiniisip natin pag 1% baka mas mahinang klase ito eh. Actually, it's a common mistake, no? That to think that 1% is the weakest concentration. Actually, 1% is 6 times more concentrate than the 6%, okay, foam agent. So same thing with the 3%, it is 2 times more concentrate than the 6 times. Usually, sa mga common fuels, we usually use 3% E. However, just always consult the manufacturer. Okay, there are just basic guidelines in the handbook. However, you always have to refer to the manufacturer. Okay, like for example, ChemGuard, you have to go to the ANSUL. Just tell them we have this kind of fuel. We want to protect this kind of fuel. What is the best kind of foam concentrate that we can able to use? Just ask them, because they have the testing, they have the listing. No, they tested this one according to different kinds of fuel. Okay, so we have here the different characteristics of low expansion finished foam. I think this is one of the best way to show to you the difference. Okay. So we have here the P, protein base. We have the F, use film forming foam. We have the AR, which is the alcohol resistance. So, for example, we have here one of the criteria. It has to be well worked. So, kailangan sobrang ganda ng design niya. Just among the 5 is this 3. How about the foam flow or fluidity? So, itong characteristic ng foam na kapag ka-discharge mo siya is that it flows very quick, okay, or much faster. Okay? The faster or the quicker the foam flows, the better. Okay? Because sabi nga natin kanina, binablanketan natin yung fuel. Pag binangkitan natin mas mabilis yung fuel, we are trying to prevent the generation of vapor fuel. Okay? So, one of the best here, almost the same thing. C triple F E, E triple F, and C A triple F AR. Okay? Also have the characteristic of film forming on some hydrocarbon liquids. So this is also the best. Also have hydrocarbon fuel tolerance, means to say that it's the tolerance, no, for the fuel. So the best one here is the FE. Of course, the AR, alcohol resistance. Because in some cases, like for example, we have methyl alcohol, ethyl alcohol, acetone. Those are types of alcohol resistant fuel. So it's actually mixes with the foam. So the best one here is the AR. How about the flame knockdown? So the best one here is the triple F or A triple F AR. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito? Kapag na-knockdown maigi itong flame, pag dumaan agad yung yung foam sa flame and it knockdowns, so we knock down the fire also, no? The best is the A triple F and the A triple F AR. About edge sealing. Halimbawa, meron tayong mga maiinit na surface, no? Due to fire. So kapag dumikit yung foam dito, ano nangyayari? Nasisira agad yung foam natin. So ano ba yung mga best na foam? Yung characteristic ng foam na meron. Yung FP and the F triple F AR. Same thing with extinction and flame knockdown is almost the same. So the best one here is this two. But foam blanket stability and drainage time. This is one of the important characteristics of that one. So remember, foam is combination of foam concentrate, water, plus air. So, anong nangyayari kapag yung ibang mga foam, anong nangyayari ay yung drainage time niya masyadong mabilis. Okay? Nawawala agad yung water content niya. So, pag mas mabilis 'yon, mas pangit siya. Okay? So, the best one here also the burn back resistance. Ano bang definition ng burn back resistance? Burn back resistance is the ability of a foam blanket to resist direct flame and heat impingement. So, kung dumaan siya sa foam, sa flame, minsan hindi niya agad-agad na extinguish yun or hindi niya agad na knockdown niya. Ito nga yung flame knockdown. So, siya doon, minsan agad-agad na sisira. So, ano ba ang the best pagka sa mga ganung situation? Ito. This one also. Also the vapor suppression, and we have also the foam application. X means low expansion, MX is medium expansion. About water miscible, ay sinasabi ko kanina, may mga certain fuels na hindi pa pwedeng gamitin yung ibang mga foam. Ang pwede lang gamitin ay ER, alcohol resistance, like acetone, ethyl alcohol, etc. And suitable for hydrocarbon subsurface injection. Sometimes hindi natin nilalagay yung foam chamber natin sa ayaw natin ilagay sa taas, no? Ilalagay natin sa ilalim, no? So ano ba yung mga pwede natin gamitin foam that is suitable for that application? Is 3, 4. Yung nasa ilalim ng tangke, andun yung discharge ng foam, yung foam ay aangat yun doon. Okay? Because there are some cases na hindi natin pwedeng gamitin yung o ilagay yung foam generator or foam chamber sa taas, so lalagay natin sa ilalim. We also have the foam water proportioner. This is the ratio proportioner. Okay? Like what I said before, this is the equipment that mixes the water plus the foam concentrate. So paano ba gumagana itong foam water proportioner? As defined here, the principle of color or the foam proportioner is based upon the use of modified Venturi, based on the Venturi principle. As the water passes through the inlet nozzle, dito, this is the flow, water comes from this side. This is from the from the bladder tank or from the foam tank or from the foam concentrate pump. So it says here, as the water flows to the inlet nozzle, the pressure is reduced. Bakit? Tingnan nyo, meron kasing obstruction dito eh. Because of the obstruction, ano nangyayari? Reduce natin yung normal pressure. In return also, it increases the velocity. And because of the reduction of pressure here, what will happen? Kasi normally, pantay ito eh. Because there's a reduction of pressure here, that will be time when the foam concentrate with the higher pressure able to enter the foam container with a very small amount of foam concentrate. So it mixes here foam concentrate and the water. we have different kinds of foam concentrate proportioning means. Let me just read first the definition from the Nfpa 16 about the different kinds of balance or the foam concentrate proportioning means. First, we have the balance proportioning system utilizing a foam concentrate pump discharging through a metering orifice into a proportioning controller with the foam concentrate and water pressures automatically maintained as equal by the use of pressure balancing valve. So, dito, meron tayong atmospheric tank. Something like this. It's a type of atmospheric tank. Meron tayong pump specifically for the foam concentrate. No, hindi natin pwedeng basta-basta gamitin yung normal na pump sa foam concentrate because of the what? The pH level, the viscosity, and other things. Okay, so there's a specific or specifically type of pump that can be used for foam concentrate. Okay, just remember that. So it's also this type of foam concentrate pump is also mentioned in the Nfpa 20. You can refer to that one. And this one is this is normally used kapag ka meron tayong masyadong malalayong location or meron tayong mga multiple points na sinusuplayan. Okay? Kapag ka meron tayo nito, like for example, tank farms, etc., we can use this type of system. And have the leverage na gamit natin yung high pressure to discharge foam concentrate into far location. Okay. So here, from the suction or from the atmospheric tank, it gets the foam concentrate. This is full foam concentrate. Gets here suction, discharge the foam concentrate, and once in the huge bulb or the type of bulb, once it opens, there will be a reduction in pressure. As to here, what we call the diaphragm. Diaphragm, siya yung nagbabalance ng foam that will enter foam proportioner. Okay. So, meron tayong water, meron tayong foam concentrate, and ang nagbabalance ng dami ng amount of foam concentrate, okay, kahit na mataas ang pressure nito, ay yung diaphragm. That's why it's called the inline balance pressure proportioner. Okay. So what else do we have here? For the foam concentrate tank, pump. Foam concentrate pump, normally ginagamit natin ay positive displacement pump. Unlike sa normal pump, meron tayong negative displacement pump. So the pressure and the flow varies, no, independently. So here we know that for the positive displacement pump, it is usually a straight curve, no. So same flow, but it can produce a different pressure. Okay. What are the advantages and disadvantages of balanced system with foam concentrate pumps? So sabi ko kanina, one of the advantages of the foam concentrate pump is that it can be pumped at longer distances. Kung halimbawa, hindi naman natin pwede ilagay si bladder tank malapit dun sa poprotektahan nating area. So, kailangan gumamit tayo ng foam concentrate pump. Okay? We have also foam supply that can be replenished on the run by adding to the atmospheric tank. So, you go back here. So, okay. Halimbawa, kailangan pa natin ng supply ng foam, di ba? Madali itong lagyan o ma-refill ng foam. Unlike for the bladder tank, hindi mo pwedeng lagyan ng foam yun kasi pressurized yung tanke mo eh. Okay? Tatapos sa'yo yung concentrate pati yung water. So, this is one of the advantages of foam concentrate using foam concentrate pump. The system will proportion at correct percentage at lower flow rates due to less effect by friction losses. That's why kapag ka nga masyadong malalayo at marami tayong points na sinusuplayan, gamit tayo ng foam concentrate pump. What are the disadvantages of the foam concentrate pump? Of course, there's advantages, there's also disadvantages. Maintenance and reliability requirements are relatively greater. If you go to Nfpa 25, like electric power pumps, no? Normally we have to run it every month. So maintenance nito ay mataas. And of course, the initial cost is relatively high. Meron tayong pump, meron tayong tangke, meron tayong mahabang piping, at meron tayong diaphragm bulb, etc. etc. So mas mataas to compared sa normal deluge bulb using bladder system. Okay? And also, since this is a fire protection system, it requires a backup power supply. Okay? It's either connected to a generator or other means of power supply. Okay? The balanced pressure proportioning system requires more space than other system. Of course, because we need larger tanks, pumps, and etc. and other auxiliaries. The system is limited to single point of foam injection in case only that you're using a foam concentrate pump for single injection point. But also have foam concentrate pump for multiple injection points. Okay. And we have the other one, which is the balanced pressure system using diaphragm bladder tank and inline balanced pressure proportioner. So it is defined as balanced pressure proportioning system utilizing a pressure proportioning tank with a diaphragm or bladder to separate the water and foam concentrate discharging through a metering orifice into a proportioning controller. So, ito naman, this is the normal fire pump. Don't be confused with the other one. Kasi ito ay, naman ito, ang dala nito ay water lang. So the water distributed to the system, and then once the deluge valve activates, okay, water enters here. There's a flow of water, presses the bladder tank, and the bladder tank discharge the foam concentrate system and mix it with the metering orifice and the proportioner. Gumagana to. I think na-discuss ko na already. So we have, for example, the deluge system. We have also the notification devices. We have the control panel. We have the open nozzles because it's a deluge system. We have the foam constant proportioner. We have the deluge valve. We have the isolating valve. We have the solenoid valve here. We have the emergency main system in case electrical system fails. We can use a manual mechanical means to activate the system. We also have here the hydraulically actuated ball valve that automatically opens due to the pressure of water. We'll discuss that one later. We also have the deluge valve, sorry, the bladder tank. We also have sometimes we have here number 10 is the vent, and in some cases they have the leak bladder. Okay. We have here number 9, which is the tank vent. Okay. 8 and 10, these are used for refilling the foam concentrate. So when there's a fire, said if there's a fire, normally in usual cases, we usually employ a double knock system. And double knock system is subdivided into two. We have the cross zone and we have the sequential. Okay, cross zone means if you have fire, you need to have confirmed fire detection on different zones, zone 1 and zone 2. Okay, that's why it says here Z1, D2, Z1, D1. So this is zone 1, this is zone 2. Okay, so hindi mag-activate yung system or to activate or to send signal or to activate the solenoid bulb kapag ka isang detector lang. So we need two from different zones. Okay? And we also have the sequential. Yung sequential naman, halimbawa meron kang 4 na detector, kapag meron kang 2 na gumana na doon, immediately it sends signal to the fire alarm control panel and then activate the solenoid bulb. So going back, so fire activate the fire, there's a fire activates, fire suppression control panel activates, send signal to activate this, send signal to activate the notification devices. The horn strobe, the strobe light, the bell, etc., etc. It depends upon the specification and the requirements of the AHJ. What will happen? It opens the solenoid bulb. So once you open the solenoid bulb, what will happen? The deluge bulb will open. What will happen? Water from here, enter the deluge bulb here. Okay. Type of water here. Okay. So water enter here. Some of the water will enter to the what we call the hydroelectric or hydro actuated bulb. Okay. Normally it's closed. Open lang yan kapag na siya ng water pressure. Yeah. Because the bulb opens. This opens, water goes to this side direction. Okay. Also, here you can see that one of the line goes to the deluge. Bladder tank. Okay. So like what I said before, inside the bladder tank, the bladder. Okay. Think of like PVC, something like that. Okay. So water will enter here. Okay. Pushes water and then discharge the foam concentrate. Foam concentrate here is with the foam. And then here it will become foam solution. Why foam solution? Because it's a mixture now of foam concentrate and water. This is the example picture here of the deluge installation. This is what we call the hydro actuator. And this one number 12. Once the water passes through the deluge bulb. What are the advantages of this kind of system? So, of course, we're using, we're utilizing the spark pump, or the main spark pump we have. We don't need a separate spark pump. So, no electrical power is required for water power design. Costs are lower for smaller system and deluge application. So, that's why commonly used na yung deluge application sa mga ganitong system. Although we can also use other types of system like wet type or the pre-prime, the pre-action and others. Pre-engineered systems and foam storage are available. So minsan si manufacturer binibigay niya na yung complete set. Okay? You don't need to design it again because the foam concentrate, the bladder tank, the foam proportioner, there's some kind of limitation for that one that you have to follow. So kung sinundan o kung bibigay na sa'yo ni manufacturer na isang buo na siya, so hindi mo na kailangan pang masyadong design dito sa system na ito. And retrofitting into an existing system is relatively easy. Okay, kung halimbawa meron kang foam concentrate pump, and you want it to replace with another one, it's easy to use this. Maintenance costs are relatively low compared to the one that has that has foam concentrate pump. You need to always run the pump, check the pump, etc., etc. Like here, na less yung inspection and testing. And the disadvantages of this are refill during a fire condition is not easy. Of course, when you go back here, may water na dito system. Sorry, here. Puno na ng water to. So of course, it's pressurized. Inopen mo tong number 10 or number 8 here, hindi mo marirefill yan. Pag binuksan mo yan, tapon lahat sa'yo. Concentrate. Like yung sa atmospheric tank, you can easily refill that one. There's no problem. The bladder tank must be installed adjacent to the proportioning equipment. That's why kanina yung drawing na yung pinakita ko kanina, yung deluge valve which has also proportioning equipment is also relatively close to the bladder tank. That's one of the disadvantages of that. Proportioning of foam at low flows is lean. Ito naman, maiiwasan ito kapag tinesting natin yung system. Kung nakita naman natin na sakto yung percentage na pinoproduce ng foam proportioner, so wala tayong problema dito. Although in some cases, I've noticed this one that the proportioning of foam is lean if you have low flow in the upstream. These are other types of proportioning system. It's mentioned in the Nfpa 16. Can also be seen in Nfpa 11. And for those who are interested, I think the Pifpo has a seminar before about the CFPS. Ito, isa sa mga kaya lumalabas talaga to, hindi nawawala ito. Itong type of eductors. Okay? Hindi mawawala yan sa mga exam. Dun sa CFPS, no? Sa Certified Fire Protection Specialist Examination. Yan. So, clue na yan. So, we have bladder tank. For the bladder tank, what are the requirements of Nfpa 16? According to Nfpa 16, should have means for filling. One, gauging the level of foam concentrate. Of course, we are using here the type class. After ng design, na-install na, normally ginagawa namin ay nilalagyan namin ng marka o ng marking yung site glass to ensure what is the minimum level of the foam concentrate inside the tank. Okay? But be aware na in some cases, ang ginagawa ng maintenance team, nila muna check baka may laman na water inside the tank. May water inside the tank, so nangyayari, pinupush niya yung bladder. So kung pinupush niya yung bladder, ang mangyayari, tataas yung level dito. You have to make sure that the water inside the tank should be properly drained. So else we have for the drainage. Ayan. Yung drainage, sabi ko nga kanina, normally kine-check natin yan kung walang lamang tubig sa loob. Kasi kung may lamang tubig sa loob, una, corrosion issue yun. No? Pangalawa, ginagamit natin sa testing. Mamaya, banggitin ko kung paano yung pag-testing ng foam concentrate. We also have for the cleaning and inspection of interior surfaces. This is required during maintenance of the system. So we have lunch type here. We have here some kind of a bushing. This able to remove that and can able to inspect inside the tank. So ano ba nangyari? Experience ko sa mga maintenance, in some cases, like if it is very old, 5 years, 7 years, yung bladder sira na. So kung sira na yung bladder, anong mangyayari? Kung may leak doon, so sa loob ng tangke, siya ma-push maigi. Hindi na siya nagiging effective. That's why there's a reason you have to clean the surfaces of the tank. Plus, you have to check the status or the physical condition of the bladder.
Okay. What else are the requirements of the Nfpa 16 regarding bladder tank? The tank should have ASME stamp. Ayun. Should have ASME stamp. ASME should be per ASME, if I'm not mistaken, it should be ASME section 8. Okay. So there's a requirement for the welding, requirement for the inspection, hydrostatic testing. Okay. That's why kanina nakita ko dun sa mga posts, sabi ni Sir Sam, sabi niya, fire protection is a big money. Tama yun. Kasi talagang ito lang eh. Kapag nga ginamit mo yung tangke na saan-saan lang, baka recto or binondo, sabi nga ni Pres, madaling gawin, no? Pero dapat talaga ito, UL listed, tsaka may ASME stamp, no? Na yung tangke na ito. So talagang mahal to. Pera to, may pera. Kung tutusin, talagang napakalaki ng pera dito sa fire protection system. How about pipes and fittings? Okay, ano ba yung mga pipes and fittings na pwede nating gamitin according to Nfpa 16? Okay. So, foam concentrate pipe and bulbs shall be made of one of the following materials. One is brass, bronze, stainless steel 304 or 316, or other materials in accordance with the foam concentrate manufacturer. Number 5 is carbon steel. That's why I highlighted here. Carbon steel pipe like glass steel, galvanized steel shall be permitted to be used in accordance with the manufacturer certification. Sorry, I have to revert back what I said. Carbon steel, black steel, except for galvanized. Here, foam concentrate pipe. Ito yung kahit walang laman yung pipe na yun, pero dun dumadaan yung foam concentrate, that is the foam concentrate pipe. Pagka doon dumadaan yung foam concentrate, not foam solution, foam concentrate, pipe carrying foam concentrate shall not be galvanized. And the reason why hindi ina-allow to ng Nfpa and manufacturers is because when especially kapag in prolonged times, kapag yung foam concentrate ay nasa galvanized steel or galvanized pipe, ang nangyayari, nagkakaroon ng flakes. So yung flakes na yon, due to the chemical reaction of the foam concentrate and the pipe, nagkaka-flakes. So natatanggal yon. Anong mangyayari? Babara yon sa system mo kapag nagkaroon ka na ng discharge. So halimbawa, maliit yung nozzle mo. Halimbawa, gumamit ka ng sprinkler. Yung kanilang sabi ko, no? Sprinkler, tinanggal mo yung bulb, yun ang ginamit mo. Napakaliit nun, nung nozzle orifice nun. So pwedeng bumara yun doon. Kaya hindi ina-allow na galvanized pipe ang gamitin sa foam concentrate. Okay. Here's the trick here. If you go to Nfpa 11, okay, 2016 is the latest version. I just noticed this one lately. The carbon steel pipe is not allowed. Yun, may conflict, no? Although parehas yung foam di ba? Pinagkaiba lang, ibang discharge, foam generating equipment na ginagamit. Tsaka medium and high expansion. Pero kapag ka nagpunta ka kay Nfpa 11, sabi niya carbon steel pipe is not allowed. But in Nfpa 16, the latest edition, this is a new one. Carbon steel pipe shall be permitted, ina-allow, to be used in accordance with manufacturer's certification of compatibility with the foam concentrate and as approved by the ASJ. Sino ba ASJ natin? Of course, the Bureau of Fire. Okay. In some cases, you can go to ANSUL, ChemGuard. They're saying that black steel is allowed, type of carbon steel. Black steel is allowed. However, we have to make sure that the pipe is always full. If it is not full, then they will not let you use a carbon steel pipe in a foam concentrate. Okay. Napansin ko din na sa Nfpa 11, there is a requirement. It's a recommendation but it's not mandatory requirement if you're following NFPA 16 as a standard. It says here, in piping with dissimilar metals, electric components shall be used to insulate and reduce the possibility of galvanic corrosion. It is not required even in the latest edition of NFPA 16, but it is required in NFPA 11. It's a mandatory requirement in NFPA 11. So it's much better for practical use, no, to use dielectric components if you have dissimilar metal, especially here, no, na kapag yung foam concentrate, gumagamit tayo ng ibang metal, i-connect natin sa ibang metal, of course, magkakaroon siya ng because of the dissimilarities and because of the effect of the electrons, no, nagkakaroon siya ng another kinds of corrosion, okay, or the galvanic, what we call the galvanic corrosion. So it's better to use dielectric components. How about the pipes and fittings? Nakalimutan ko ilagay dito, no? Pipes and fittings for the foam solution. Foam solution is combination of foam concentrate plus the water. So for the foam solution, according to NFPA 16, you have to follow NFPA 13. Inanap ko sa NFPA 13, hindi malinaw kahit sa latest edition, yung 2019 edition. But if you refer to the annex of NFPA 16, it refers you to NFPA 11. Okay? In NFPA 11, for the foam solution, it says there that you can use either stainless steel or galvanized steel. Okay? That's for the foam solution, not foam concentrate, foam solution. Okay? Kaya maingat kayo sa paggamit ng mga pipes sa different location. We have the foam concentrate location and we have the foam solution. In some cases, like for example, industrial occupancy. Industrial occupancy, power plants, we have transformer, no? Ang hirap pagka gumamit lang tayo ng mga pipe na yung walang coatings, no? Tsaka hindi galvanized. Madaling makorrode, no, because of the atmospheric pressure, atmospheric corrosion. So we usually have the coatings and the pipe is also galvanized. It's just an additional information only, no. So I know in the Philippines we are also applying that just for additional protection. So usually we add coatings in accordance with the manufacturer's recommendation, and then we also test that one using the FDT, the film thickness of the coating, and we also perform this I forgot the name of that one, the test that meron kang scotch tape, no, I forgot that kind of test. Scotch tape, remove that, and you will see how much scratches do they have after removing that scotch tape, no, from the pipe coating. And here is another for the fittings. Okay, according to NFPA 16 again, okay, rubber gasketed fittings shall be permitted to be used to connect in fire exposed areas where the foam water system is automatically controlled. So ang problema kasi dito, ito yung mga common mistake, even sa NFPA 13. Sa rubber gasketed fittings, since especially for the deluge system, pre-action system, which contains only air, normally if there's a fire, ano mangyayari? Mag-hit masyado ito yung area na to, gasket. Masyadong nainit ito bago yung water at air. Somebody's raising hands, sorry. Yun, may nagsabi dito, adhesion test. Oh, tama yun, adhesion test. Tama yun, adhesion test ang tawag nga doon. That we're using. Okay. So, rubber gasketed fitting shall be permitted to be used to connect pipe in fire exposed areas where the foam water system is automatically controlled. So kapag gumamit tayo ng mga rubber gasketed fittings na hindi listed for the deluge, for the pre-action system, what will happen? It may be damaged, no, during fire. So kapag ka nag-loose to, compromise ng system mo. Kapag hindi ito listed. Kaya lang, inaalaw ito ng Nfpa 16. Automatically controlled. Kasi kapag automatically controlled, halimbawa meron kang detection system, so once there's a fire, immediately it will trigger an alarm, or sorry, it will trigger solenoid valve to open, also opening the deluge valve. So the water will enter to the system, okay? And it will control the fire as soon as possible. So that's why kapag hindi automatic yung system mo, hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng rubber gasket fittings. What are the options that you can use? The small pipes or small bore pipes, you can use threaded connections. For larger bore size or larger pipe size, you can weld the system. Okay. So this is a design note here. According to this, not all couplings or gasket, tandaan nyo to kasi applicable din to sa Nfpa 13 eh. And even in Nfpa 15 actually, because normally we are employing a deluge system there. Not all couplings or gaskets are in nor listed to be used for dry pipe service. As such, Nfpa 13 requires that groove couplings, including gaskets used for dry pipe, pre-action, and deluge system, like what I said, shall be listed for dry pipe service. So, check nyo yung listing. Napakarami ng requirements, no? Bakit pa to iniintindi natin? Sabi ko nga, yun yung epekto. Kapag hindi siya listed for dry pipe service, in the event of fire, pagka napakalaki na ng fire, kasi hindi pa nakokontrol yung fire, hindi pa dumarang yung tubig, damage na yung gasket, tumutulo na, compromise na yung system mo. So, you have to make sure it is listed for dry pipe service. You can see that the listing, no, of that particular gasket. Okay, you can see that it was tested for a higher temperature like 100 degrees C or 120 degrees C. So depending upon the UL listing of that particular gasket. Okay. Okay, so we have also the strainer. According to Nfpa 16, strainers shall be provided for foam concentrate lines only where required by the manufacturer's written recommendation. So some cases, manufacturer doesn't want you to provide strainers. Okay, but in this type of system, employs strainer. This is a Nfpa water tank. Halimbawa na hindi tayo makapag-provide ng strainer, ayaw ni manufacturer. Sabi dito ni Nfpa 16, strainers are not provided, foam concentrate piping shall be installed with fittings that will allow this assembly to perform a visual inspection of the internal condition of the pipe. Baka kasi may blockage na dito eh. In this case, this is a sign, no? Natin yung foam concentrate, since wala itong water sa loob, yung concentrate nasa loob lang ng tangke, hanggang dito. May ibang system, lalo na yung iba, nasa baba, so it's always full with foam concentrate, no? It's a better design for the foam system. I'm not saying, I'm not promoting NAFCO, although I was a former employee of NAFCO for 5 years. But I'm not promoting any kinds of equipment here on this presentation. Okay, so we have valve supervision. It's part of main water. Ito, ano ba yung mga kailangan i-supervise? Main water, foam concentrate, foam solution valves shall be supervised. Ano yung mga pang-supervise natin sa system? Either we use tamper switch or the limit switch. We can use also chain and lock and chain, okay, to supervise the valve. And yung mga type natin na bulb supervision. Okay. Although this is the versatile one, of course, the switch or the limit switch. Pag meron ka nito at meron kang fire alarm system, mamamonitor mo pag somebody close the one of your bulbs in the system. Ang problema nito, normally kasi automatic ito no? At saka napakaraming auxiliaries compared dun sa wet pipe system. Okay? So any of the bulbs that was intentionally or unintentionally closed, baka hindi gumana yung system mo. No? Kaya mas maganda na hanggat maaari, even yung mga maliliit mong bulbs, kung kaya mong ma-supervise, supervise mo. Either using this one, the tamper switch, or by using chain and lock or lock and chain. Okay. I saw in the pattern that they can able to provide supervision until 1 inch. No? But normally we use this for 2 inch and above. So let me check. Do we have any comments here before we proceed? Comments, let's proceed. Next is deluge bulb components. I'm giving you more about the deluge type because, like what I said, it's more common, easy to install, less cost compared to the foam concentrate. And since we are using only sprinkler system, if we are in the Nfpa 11, I can give more on the foam concentrate pump. But since we're in the Nfpa 16, it's commonly used. I mean, the deluge bulb is commonly used in this application. So in the deluge bulb, we have the water pro switch. So once there's a flow in the system, and then send signal to the control panel. Manual release, which already discussed. In case all electrical system fails, we can use this one to manually actuate the system. It's interconnected to each other. So once you open this, it will drain the water, thereby reducing the pressure of the deluge bulb and thereby permitting the deluge bulb to operate. Okay. This is the solenoid bulb. We have the drip bulb. Especially required, no? Yung mga drip bulb. Pagka perform natin yung sa maintenance, any one of you are in the maintenance, we're checking or we're doing the trip test. Okay. So this is also important. We have the system drain bulb. Yan, important ito kapag sa maintenance. Annually, we have to do the main drain test. So what's the purpose of the main drain test? Just an additional information, no? So normally we're conducting the flow test in the hydrants, in the standpipe, but also we're doing the main drain or the flow test on each deluge bulb or alarm check bulb. And the purpose of that one is just to determine, no, to give you an idea if there's any blockage in the piping from the hydrant to the alarm check valve or to the deluge valve. Okay. Paano ba natin nalalaman yun? Ikino-compare lang natin yun from the previous result, last year result, to the present result. Kapag malaki yung degradation like 5 or 10%, then means to say there's something wrong in the system, baka may blockage na dun sa system. Especially kung yung water natin ay kinukuha natin not from a trusted source. Like for example, in some cases in America, they're using Steel River or other sources. No, so this is very important. This is also here the I think this is the test line here. Okay, this line is just to activate only the water flow switch. Okay. So much more about that one. So let's go for the pressure switch. We already discussed this one. Water motor alarm gong. So in Nfpa 13, there's a requirement there that the water motor alarm should be located not more than, I'm not mistaken with the figure, it's not more than 6 meters No, should not be more than 6 meters above the alarm check bulb. And there's a maximum, what you call this, a friction loss allowed for the water and motor alarm gong. We experience this kind of problem especially kapag meron tayong alarm check bulb that are located in lowest basement. Halimbawa, may basement 4 ka, di ba? So basement 4, nilagay mo alarm check bulb kasi nandun malapit yung fire pump. And then you put the alarm check bulb, the water motor alarm gong at the ground floor as required by the consultant. So, ayan, minsan conflict yun eh. Sasabihin natin, hindi kasi po pwede, sabi ni standard, ni Nfpa 13, hindi mo siya pwedeng ilagay sa more than 6 meters above the alarm check bulb or exceeding this amount of pipe length. Yun ang mga common issues no? Although I don't see the reason why we need to put the water motor alarm gong in the ground floor if we have notification devices, if we have fire alarm system, especially if we have notification devices located outside or in the exterior of the building, no? This is mechanical gong, no? Ang problema kapag ka masyado ng malayo at malayo na yung location nito, baka hindi na rin gaanong effective to, baka mahina na yung tunog nito, no? Kaya nga nililimit lang sa certain location itong water motor alarm gong in reference to the alarm check bulb. So we also discussed the manual control station. Let's go to the next one. This is the hydraulically actuated ball valve, which we already discussed. And so connect na siya to water supply. Normally walang laman to, no? It's connected after the deluge bulb. So during non-fire condition, normal operation, wala to. Bulb operates. Some of the water will enter here to operate this lalo na kapag yung foam concentrate mo na line ay nasa ilalim. Ang nangyayari kapag wala ka nito, ang pasok mo ng ng foam concentrate mo the foam concentrate from passing, no? It halts or stops on this bulb only, the foam concentrate. Kung halimbawa tulad kanina yung Nfpa foam bladder tank, which is located above the bladder tank, procession is not required, really required. Okay. Also already discussed the solenoid bulb. I will not discuss that one anymore. So this is the simple or sample termination detail of fire suppression control panel. This is a Pifpo panel. If it's in the Philippines, ano ang mga famous sa Philippines natin? Oh, yan. So, Pifpo panel, SHP panel. So here we have this. Okay. We have to calculate that based on the notification devices that are connected to the system. We have the different types of detection system. Okay. So for the detection system, it's covered by Nfpa 72, although we'll give some additional information. In designing of the detection system, normally there are several factors that you need to consider. For example, if you are protecting, let's say, diesel generator, of course, we will not use smoke detector, no? Especially kung hindi insulated yung mga exhaust line natin. So there's a real chance that smoke from the diesel engine will trigger the detection system. It creates a false alarm. So anong gagamitin natin? Of course, heat detection system. So kung heat detection system, ito bang common mistake normally lalagay lang yan ay 57 degrees or 59 degrees C. I forgot the figure, no? Ang problema nun, normally kapag ka tinetesting mo ito, dapat dinidesign mo or tinetest mo to dinidesign mo ito kapag yung equipment mo ay nag-ooperate. So many times designer forgot that when the diesel fire diesel engine activates, it creates a lot of heat, no? So it reaches, sometimes it reaches up to 50 plus degrees C. So ano nangyayari? It triggers the heat detection system. So anong requirement dyan pagka mga ganyan? So kailangan taasan mo, no? Merong requirement from Nfpa 72 regarding the minimum, the baseline, the ambient temperature plus the minimum temperature that you should added in order to determine the rating of the detection system. So normally we use 80 or 90 degrees C heat detector for that kind of application. We also have the flame detector. We also, this has been already discussed in the Nfpa 15. But the flame detector is, we have different types. We have the UV, the IR, the combination of UV IR. We have the double IR or the triple IR. So paano ba gumagana to? These flame detectors are called the energy sensing device. So it actually detects, no, heat energy, no. There's a different kind of spectrum, no. So that's why, for example, the UV, there's a certain range only, spectrum for that one. For the IR, there's also another spectrum for that one. So that's why if the energy level reaches that range, so it triggers the alarm. Okay. So we have to make sure that we know all these things before we design the detection system. This is very important, no? Kasi kapag nagkaroon ng false alarm, halimbawa, bigla activate ito, lalo na kung deluge system, that's one of the disadvantage for the deluge system. And nag-activate yung detector mo, yun, discharge yung foam system mo dun sa mga equipment mo. Halimbawa, diesel generator, halimbawa lang ganun. So, problema nga yun. So, kailangan ma-consider natin yan is one of the essential thing that we need to consider in the design of the foam system. Okay. We also have here alarm bell, horn strobe, strobe lights. It depends upon the requirements of the authority having jurisdiction. In Qatar, usually they want to have like alarm bell that is located inside the protected room. We have the horn strobe, which is located outside the protected room, and strobe light that is located also outside the room. So may kanya-kanya ito kung kailan gagana. About after first knock, second knock, and after the activation of the pressure switch at the deluge valve or the alarm check valve. Ang requirement naman dito kapag sa mga notification devices is for the public mode. Okay, for the public mode, you need at least 15 dB above the maximum average sound level. Okay, so paano ba natin nakikita yan? Lalo na kapag yung mga diesel generator, napakaiingay yan. Minsan pag na-reach na ng diesel generator up to 90 dBA. Okay, so what will be the setting or the max or the minimum sound level of the alarm bell or the horn strobe? 105 dB. In some cases, masyado nang mataas yung pinoproduce ng diesel generator, like 100 dB. So, paano ba natin mano-notify any personnel na there's an impending discharge of extinguishing agent, like clean agent system, foam system. So, we use strobes, no? Para to notify any personnel of impending discharge. And also, some techniques like we revise the frequency, no? Yung pagkaiba yung frequency ng diesel generator tsaka ng notification devices mo. So, madidetermine mo na, oh, nag-aalarma na pala, kailangan ko na lumabas. Or you have to do this kind of action. Okay. Okay, now let's go to the system design and installation. Before we proceed, any question? Let me check. There's no question. Okay. So let's just proceed. System design and installation. So, sabi ko nga kanina, hindi si standard ang magsasabi kung kailangan mo ng foam system o hindi. Sino ang magsasabi? Si code. Okay. What is the code that we are following? Of course, the RA 95 9514 of the Fire Code of the Philippines. That's the code that we are using in the Philippines. This flow chart, it's a general one that we use. If I make a mistake of this kind of flow diagram, the board of directors of the Pifpo can correct me. No, just correct me if I'm wrong. And so after we go to the Fire Code of the Philippines, we usually go to the occupancy classification. Ano bang occupancy ko? Under ba ako ng industrial occupancy? Hindi ba ako ng storage occupancy? Under ba ako ng business occupancy? However, in some cases, for example, building. In the building, normally it's a business occupancy. But there are what we call the incidental facility. Ano ba incidental? Hindi kasama yun dun sa overall na occupancy classification. Let's, for example, building, office building. There are some incidental facility there or area, like, for example, we have the diesel generator room, we have the pump room. Those are not considered as business occupancy also. I mean, those are not considered as business occupancy. Those are different occupancy, but incidental only. So, paano natin din-design yun? So, pupunta ka dun sa incidental facility or area. So, after that, after we determine the occupancy classification or the incidental facility or area, then you need to go to the section of protection in the Fire Code of the Philippines. Doon ka pupunta. Doon mo kasi malalaman kung anong klaseng protection ang kailangan mo. Kailangan mo ba ng standpipe, sprinkler, kailangan mo ba ng foam, anong mga option ang binibigay sa iyo ni RA 9514 na pwede mong gamitin to protect the facility or that area. Okay? So that's the next step. Ano bang sinasabi ni RA 9514? So I just do a quick check, and these are some of the requirements that allows you or recommends you to use a foam system. So if you go to the storage occupancy, section 10.2.18.2.c.1, this is under protection, requires every high hazard occupancy shall have automatic fire suppression system protection, such as foam water sprinkler and foam water spray system. O yun, kung halimbawa nasa storage occupancy ka, warehouse, okay, and you have high hazard occupancy. Ano ba yung mga high hazard? Like, for example, there's a large amount of combustible material that exceeds what we call the MAQ, the maximum allowable quantity, if you refer to the RA 9514 or to Nfpa 5000, okay? That's what we call the MAQ, the maximum allowable quantity. If you exceed that, then you fall under the high hazard occupancy. Halimbawa, meron kang fuel storage sa building mo. Okay? So, you may protect that one using foam water sprinkler. Although there are other options mentioned on that particular section, but one of the options that you can use is foam water sprinkler. There's also here in the section 10.2.19.7.b.6 offshore facilities. Okay? Requires, sinelect mo, the foam system shall be selected and designed in accordance with Nfpa 16. What else? Section 10.2.19.5.b states that the foam water spray system using deluge shall be designed as per Nfpa 16 and shall be provided for a uniform application of water to equipment and pipe work within a designated fire risk area in order to cool the area, prevent failure of the equipment and pipe work therein, and prevent escalation of incident to other areas. For extinguishing the hydrocarbon pool fires, foam water spray using deluge system shall be considered. Okay. If you fall under offshore facilities, then you can use Nfpa 16 as an option to extinguish those kind of fires. In RA 9514 again, manufacture of organic coatings states that automatic sprinkler system shall be permitted to be equipped with firefighting foam that is compatible with materials protected. Ayan yung mga sinasabi dun sa RA 9514. If you go to other codes like Nfpa 33, I think this is standard. Nfpa 30, Nfpa 33, okay? It's giving you an option to use Nfpa 16, no? To protect some of the equipment inside the facility. Like for example, this one, section 9.1.12 of Nfpa 33. This is the spray application using flammable or combustible materials. States that the automatic fire suppression system shall be permitted to be and shall be installed in accordance with Nfpa 16. This could apply to spray areas, which include by definition any associated exhaust plume and exhaust ductwork, any particular filters and solvent concentrator units, any circulation air supply units, and mixing room. So you have the manufacturing plant, and you have spray application. So sa ductwork, normally lalagay tayo ng sprinkler dyan. Okay? So either sprinkler or you can use Nfpa 16, no, as an alternative fire suppression or fire suppression or fire control in that area, in that application. Kapag nandito ka sa mga spray application, lalo sa sa loob ng ductwork. Ang problema lang dyan, kapag yung normal na sprinkler ang ginamit mo, syempre spray di ba? So some spray particulates may stick to the glass bulb. So ano mga technique na ginagamit natin dyan pag mga ganyan? Nilalagyan nila ng film napakanipis na film. So para hindi maapektuhan yung glass bulb. Kasi kapag halimbawa nalagyan yung glass bulb ng halimbawa ng paint, ano mangyayari? So it will take time before the sprinkler will activate, di ba? So yun yung mga common issue dito sa spray application. So ano bang alternative? Pwede tayong gumamit dito ng deluge system, no? Just in case, in accordance with Nfpa 16, the foam water sprinkler. Also in the Nfpa 36, the solvent extraction plants, okay, section 4.8.1 requires an approved water spray, deluge or foam water system, or a combination of these types of fixed fire suppression systems shall be provided to protect extraction process equipment and structure. So in case we have solvent extraction plant, one of the options that we can use is to use the foam water. How about in Nfpa 30? Ayan. Sa Nfpa 30, hindi lang tayo gumagamit ng foam generator, ng foam chamber, and other stuff. But we can also use Nfpa 16 as an alternative option, no, for suppressing or controlling the fire. Okay. These are some of the listed, no. For example, in the design criteria for foam water sprinkler protection of single or double row rack storage of liquids in metal containers, portable tanks, and IBCs. Okay, you just go to this section of Nfpa 30, and you can find that option that you can use Nfpa 16. And the good thing for this is that if you use the Nfpa 16 as standard to suppress or to control the fire, ang mangyayari dito, instead na napakalaki ng area na kailangan mo, lalo sa storage application o sa mga ganito, napakalaki ng area mo na kailangan, kapag gagawin ka ng foam system, ina-allow ka ni code or ni standard na mas maliit na area ang kailangan mo lang na gamitin sa hydraulic calculation, which is beneficial for the for the owner kasi siyempre mas maliit, 'di ba? Mas maliit yung mga piping, ganito karami lang ang kailangan mo. So mas maliit yung cost, no? So that's an alternative for under Nfpa 30. And there are other things. I will not discuss this more. It's already here on the slides presentation. I can give you the slides presentation later on for those who wants. Yeah, I just summarize all the some, not all, but some that requires Nfpa 16 as an alternative fire suppression or fire control system. So the next step for designing foam water sprinkler spray system is first what kind of foam water sprinkler type do I need to use? Do I need water deluge system, which is the common one? Or do I need to use closed type, like dry pipe, pre-action, or spray system? Okay. The only difference, like what I said, is that for the deluge system, problema lang niya kapag halimbawa nagkaroon ng false alarm, mali yung lahat bubuga, no? So ubos agad yung concentrate, foam concentrate mo. Unlike dun sa mga closed system, kung ano lang yung bumuga na o bumukas na sprinkler, doon lang magbubuga o magdi-discharge ng foam solution. No? Ayun lang naman ang mga common considerations for this one. No? Halimbawa, kung masyadong delikado yung equipment, no? May mga electrical ka doon, so hindi ko gagamit ng deluge system, mas gagamit ako ng mga closed type para kung saan lang yung sunog, doon lang talaga bubuga yung o magdi-discharge yung foam solution ko. So those are some of the considerations. And next is, okay, depends upon the system that you use. If it is deluge, of course you have to use open pipe nozzles like this. Ito sa Tyco. This is from National Foam. These are directional nozzles, no? So yung foam mo, pwede mo i-discharge through nozzles and directional, no? Kung saan mo gustong ibuga lang. It's like a local application, no? Parang sa ano natin, sa clean agent system, we have the local application and we have the total flooding system. Here we have the local application that you want to discharge it on certain areas only. Like for example, if you want to use this for the exposure protection, okay, you can use this type of nozzles, open nozzles, directional open nozzles. Okay. So, ano ba mga requirements ni Nfpa? Okay, from Nfpa 13, quick response sprinkler shall not be permitted for use in extra hazard occupancy under the density area design method. Okay. Kapag halimbawa gumamit ka ng pre-action, dry pipe, wet pipe, okay, or the pre-prime, so gagamit ka ng closed type, di ba? Requirements is that you should not use quick response. This is a standard response. Malaki yung yung width niya, no? Kasi mo naman yan, yung quick response, manipis yan eh. It's a response. Why we cannot use quick response? Same principle in the Nfpa 13. Kapag halimbawa pinoprotektahan natin ay yung mga quick fires, no? Kapag halimbawa masyadong mabilis yung pagkalat ng apoy, so mas maraming sprinkler ang madadamay nito kapag quick response sprinkler ang ginamit mo. So baka yung design mo na hanggang ito lang yung system area mo, baka lumagpas pa doon. So to prevent that, you should not use response sprinkler on this kind of application. What else? Ito, kakaiba. Para sa pre-action, sa wet pipe or the pre-prime and the what else? The dry pipe system. So according to section 7.7.1, I cannot able to see here. Let's open that one here. 7.7.1, the temperature rating of sprinkler shall be within the range of 121 degrees C to 149 degrees C, where they are located at the roof or ceiling. Oh, ito yung medyo kakaiba dito, no? Hindi ka basta-basta gagamit ng yung application doon sa sprinkler system na halimbawa, meron kang ambient temperature, halimbawa up to 40 degrees C, gamit lang ako ng intermediate type temperature, no? Hindi siya naka-base doon. So there's an additional criteria here. According to here, this one you should use what we call this, a high temperature, no? This blue one is high temperature, no? Type sprinkler. Bakit ba tayo gagamit ng high temperature nito? Ganun din sa principle kasi we are protecting fast developing fires here. So to prevent that from actuating more sprinklers than what is required, so we have to use a higher temperature sprinkler. So please take note of that one. Baka may mga installation sa atin, sa mga planta, sa mga building na naka-quick response pa. Tapos or orange. No? So mali yun. Kapag sa foam system ka, tapos closed type, ito dapat ang klase ng sprinkler na gagamitin mo. Except, sabi dito sa code, sa standard, if, let me just read it, where sprinklers are located at an intermediate level. Ito pag hindi nasa, pagka alimbawa, mayroon kang mga, lalo na pag-exposure protection, hindi mo nilalagay yun sa ceiling, di ba? So, intermediate lang. In the air only siya, no? So, the temperature rating shall be between 57 to 77, and unless ambient condition requires a higher rating. So, dito mo na i-apply yung Nfpa 13 requirements na depende sa ambient temperature. So, ambient temperature, this will be the equivalent sprinkler temperature rating. Okay? So, next is the layout of sprinkler system. So the next step that you will do is to lay out the sprinkler system. According to Nfpa 16, section 7.6.1, sprinkler spacing shall not exceed 9.3 square meter per sprinkler or exceed 3.7 meter spacing between sprinkler or branch line or between branch line. So it's like an extra hazard occupancy here. That's why the maximum coverage should not exceed 9.3 square meter. So, kapag nag-design tayo, syempre, ayan, layout natin, mga sprinkler, based on the maximum allowed by the standard, square meter. Paano ba natin malalaman yan? So, distance between the sprinklers multiplied the distance between the branch lines. Okay. So 2.31 times 3.5. 2.31 times 3.5. It's 8.085 square meter only. So we're correct with this. We were following the code requirements for this one. So that's one of the rules. Okay. In checking what is the sprinkler coverage area. You also have to check this one. In distance ng last sprinkler all multiplied by 2 divided by the distance between the branch line. Whichever is greater, yun yung pipiliin mo. So, halimbawa ito 1.15 wide, 1.155. So, multiply ko ng 2. So, 2.31 is the same times 3.5. So, the same lang rin. Halimbawa, mas malaki yung dito ko dun sa from last sprinkler ko. All. So, naging 1.5. So, magiging 3 na siya. So, 3.5. 3 times 3.5. So, 10.5. So, mali na. So, doon pa lang. Kaya dapat balik ka doon sa principle ng Nfpa 13 requirements. Okay? Yan, isa pa yan. Nung una, dinisign nung contractor namin na nilagay niya lang 3x3x3. Lahat. Hindi niya man lang chinek yung yung section drawing. Itong building na to ay napakaraming beams. So, hindi mo basta-basta pwedeng gawin yun na 3x3x3 lang yung spacing mo. So, ang gagawin natin, may rules doon sa Nfpa 13 na kailangan mo siyang i-provide. Diba? And the distance from the sprinkler to the soffit or to the ceiling should not exceed 300 mm. Okay? You can adjust this one. Hindi naman masyadong pinsin itong mga spacing itong beams mo. So, siyang i-adjust. Merong rule dun sa Nfpa 13 that you can lower down the sprinkler up to maximum, if I'm not mistaken, up to 550. But there's some kind of a horizontal and vertical dimension that you have to follow. Okay. So just take note of this one when you're designing foam sprinkler system and also sprinkler system. So equipment location, according to Nfpa 16, section 7.3. Okay. Equipment items such as storage tank and proportioner for foam concentrate, pumps for water and foam concentrate, and control valves for water, foam concentrate, and foam solution shall be located as near as possible to the hazard. Hanggat maaari, no? Lalo na kung pag gumagamit ka na itong deluge bladder tank system. So, kailangan hanggat maaari nasa malapit ka dun sa system o dun sa pinoprotektahan mo. In Qatar, I'm not sure in the Philippines, no? Halimbawa, it's also applicable in the clean agent system. In Qatar, hindi nila ina-allow na, halimbawa, itong mga deluge bulb or the clean agent tank inside the protected area, no? Ayaw nila ng ganon. In UAE, ina-allow nila, no? As long as based on the risk analysis na halimbawa nagkaroon ng sunog, 'di ba? So bago pa masira yung equipment mo, 'di ba? Dahil sa fire, naka-discharge ka na ng foam or naka-discharge ka na ng clean agent. Ayan. So it depends upon the authority having jurisdiction. So lagi nating re-refer ano bang nila sinasabi ng authority having jurisdiction. And we can also consult Pifpo, no? We have brightest engineers in the Pifpo that can give us the idea ano ba talaga yung requirements, no? Design note, okay, isa pa to. Although it's not in the code, but I'm just giving you some practical application, no? Foam concentrate tank should not be located near heating equipment. Consider the maximum ambient temperature. Normally, ang foam concentrate, effective yan, no, kapag in-store natin at relatively low temperature. If you store foam concentrate in a location more than 49 degrees C or 50 degrees, or depending upon the requirements of the manufacturer, pag in-store natin yan sa location more than that, sinisira natin yung foam concentrate natin, no? So, yung properties ng foam concentrate to defeat or to extinguish fire cannot be achieved because you are degrading, no, the properties of the foam concentrate. So that's why it's one of the requirements if you want to put the foam concentrate tank is to located not close to the heating equipment. Okay. What else do we have to consider in the design and installation? Okay. Always consult the manufacturer regarding the location of the proportioner. Yung proportioner, yung ating nagmi-mix yung ating foam concentrate and the water. Okay? Consider the maximum mounting height. Hindi natin pwede siyang ilagay sa taas na taas, no? Meron siyang maximum lang na nire-require. Minimum number of nominal pipe diameters. Again, in any kinds of proportioner or Venturi device, we are considering minimum friction losses. So that's why you have to follow that. Minimum pipe size to foam concentrate inlet. Hindi pwedeng mas maliit pa tapos magkakaroon ka ng increaser dito sa may bunganga nitong foam concentrate. Depende. Problema, hindi mo ma-maintain or ma-achieve yung tamang proportion ng foam concentrate mo kapag hindi mo sinunod itong mga requirements ng manufacturer. Not in the code, but even the code or the standard, it always refers you to the manufacturer. What are the manufacturer's guidelines? Always remember, standards and codes are minimum requirements. No? Even if you refer to any kinds of standard, it always tells you that any alternative that supersedes the requirements of this standard or the code is acceptable. No? And then we also have the proportioning system. Okay? Kapag halimbawa gumagamit ka ng closed sprinkler, pre-action, wet pipe, or dry pipe system. So ito pa yung kailangan mo i-consider sa hydraulic calculation. Proportioning system shall be selected or shall be capable of meeting actual calculated system discharge demand at the most remote 4 sprinklers for wet pipe, dry pipe, and meron tayong design area which we will discuss after this. But also you have to consider the most for remote sprinkler. You have to consider the demand. Kasi sa closed system hindi mo alam kung gaano ba karaming sprinkler ang pwedeng gumana. Although sinasabi ni standard o ni code na ito gamitin mo. Hanggang ganito karaming area or sprinkler ang kailangan mo i-consider. But in reality, based on the historical events, normally 4 or 5 sprinklers only activate if you have a good design and proper management of the sprinkler system. So that's why in the design, you also have to consider this. And what is the effect? Proportioning system is having a low range only, for example, 100 to 150 gallons per minute only. Eh yung remote pour sprinklers mo is 50 gallons per minute lang. So, problema yon. Eh paano kung 4 na sprinkler nga lang ang gumana during fire? Okay? So, ang mangyayari, hindi proportion yung foam concentrate mo sa water. So, it will affect the system. So, anong kailangan natin? Ganyan ang sitwasyon, gagamit ng wide range foam proportioner. This can able to handle very low flows, very high flows. It's called the wide range proportioner. There are several proportioner in the market that you can use. This is from ChemGuard. No? ChemGuard wide range proportioner. Okay, next is determine the discharge density. Okay, NFPA 16 section 7.2.1. The design discharge density shall be in accordance with the applicable occupancy standard for water or foam system, but in no case less than 0.16 GPM per square foot. Ito na naman tayo, parang kanina, di ba, sa NFPA 15, meron laging discharge density. Ganito din sa foam system. Merong minimum required density to extinguish or to control the fire. Okay? According to NFPA 16, it should not be less than 0.16 GPM per square foot or 6.5 LPM per square meter. How about other standard? Kasi sabi dito, kailangan tingnan daw natin yung applicable occupancy standard. NFPA 30, sabi dito, foam water sprinkler or deluge system that are used to protect solvent extraction process equipment or structure should be used in design or should be designed to provide a density of not less than 6.5. So parehas lang siya ng NFPA 16. Tingnan natin yung iba. Yun. So dito, NFPA 32 design criteria for foam water sprinkler protection for palletized and stock storage of liquid in metal containers, portable tanks, and IBCs. Okay. This table 16.5.2.4. This is from the latest NFPA 30. So in here, there's a different density. Ayun o, mas mataas siya. Kumpara doon sa kanina na 0.16 lang. Kung i-apply mo sa NFPA 16, kailangan sundan mo to. Kaya lang, anong benefit ko? Calculate ko ng 3,000 square foot using normal sprinkler system water. Pwede kong gamitin lang ay 2,000. However, you should follow this design density based on this classification. Okay, so you have to take note of that one. Okay, how about the total design area? Let's go again. So halimbawa hindi ibinigay, halimbawa nag-design ka, hindi binigay. So normally you have to consult also the manufacturer. Ano ba yung halimbawa there's certain fuel. Ano ba yung normally na ginagamit nila na density? Baka mas mataas sa 0.16, yun ang gamitin natin. Kung hindi naman, minimum natin gamitin ay 0.16 GPM per square foot. Okay. So next is the total design area. Ayan. Sa deluge system, of course, sa deluge, lahat ng sprinkler ay open. So lahat yon ay kakalkulitin natin. Sasama natin yon. No? Pero doon sa mga closed system, according to NFPA 16, the total design area shall be ito, 465 square meter. Okay, masyadong malaki to. If you go to the table of NFPA 13, this falls under extra hazard occupancy also. Where applicable occupancy standards specify design areas different from specified in 7.2.2.2.1a, the occupancy standards shall take precedence. Okay, so here, what we've shown here, we have 2,000 square foot only in the NFPA 30 based on this table for this application only. Next is perform the hydraulic calculation. This is part of, I think, chapter 8. We're almost done. Oh, sorry, still chapter 7. So it's the same thing like NFPA 15, NFPA 13. We have to use the common or the basic formula in the hydraulic calculation. So nag-design na tayo, di ba? Meron na tayong sprinkler layout, meron na tayong location ng deluge valve, ng bladder tank, etc. etc. So the next thing is we have to perform the hydraulic calculation. So para magawa natin yan, normally we have to provide this isometric drawing. So the nodings. This is very important para sa hydraulic calculation. So for the remote sprinkler, okay, determine what is the discharge or the minimum flow required. Nfpa 13, Q is equal to area times the density. The coverage area of the sprinkler. Okay? We already know this one. Kanina, 9.3 square meter or yung pag calculate natin yung within sprinkler multiplied by within branch line. Okay? Yung iba, yung consultant, ginagawa. So, hindi, yung maximum na gamitin mo, yung 9.3. Pero yung iba, inaalaw naman na kung ano yung actual at site, ay ng 9 lang. Instead na 9.3, gamitin ko 8.9. For the purpose of the design, for conservatism, ginagawa ay 9.3. So, this one is okay. How about the discharge density? Sabi natin kanina, minimum is 0.16. However, you have to check other codes also if you are falling with that criteria, no? But if it is not, then you have to follow the minimum, which is 0.16. Okay. So, in order for you to determine, after that, use this formula. Q is equal to K square root of P, right? This is the basic formula. We have Q, and K can be determined from the manufacturer. Or for example, if you specify 6, the normal or the standard orifice, or if you're using like deluge system, this type the Tyco sprinkler. As here, the K factor is 3.0. So you have to incorporate this one to this formula. In order for you to determine the minimum operating pressure. The term used by the Nfpa 13 is operating pressure. In some cases, we use the residual pressure. Terminologies in Nfpa 13 uses operating pressure. Okay. So what's next after that? First, according to Nfpa 13, pipe sizing or pipe carrying foam solution shall be sized as if carrying plain water. Ayun. So, hindi natin kailangan i-break yung head natin na, oh, ano kaya kailangan kong gamitin? Ito foam solution na itong dadaan after the foam controller or the foam proportioner. So, sabi dito, you can assume that it's like it's carrying plain water. Bakit ba nasabi ng NFPA yan? Kasi tandaan natin, di ba, yung maximum lang probably 6% no, ng foam concentrate in the piping. No? Halimbawa, meron kang 100 grams of water, 100 grams of foam solution, 6% is 6 grams is foam concentrate and 94% of the content of the foam solution is water. So pwede nang gamitin si Hazen William, no? And you have to check what is the C values. Okay? C values if you have galvanized steel. Action use 100. And then perform the hydraulic calculation. See? Or using software like it has etc. etc. Okay. Dali lang kapag halimbawa 3 system di ba? Yung gagamitin natin kapag sa manual calculation. Pero kapag halimbawa naka-loop na, naka-grid na, medyo mahirap na 'yon, di ba? Kaya sa Amerika, meron silang tinatawag ng mga NICET level 1 2 3 4. Yung 4 ayan, yung kayang mag-calculate ng mga grid system, no? And so, system piping shall be hydraulically designed. Ito yung requirement ng Nfpa 16. I just forgot to write the the section. System piping shall be hydraulically designed to obtain uniform flow or uniform foam and water distribution and to allow for loss of head in water supply piping. Additional requirement from Nfpa 16, the adjustment in pipe sizes shall be based on maximum variation of 20% of the specified discharge rate sprinkler or nozzle. Calculate natin ito. Ito yung discharge rate, which is Q. one. So, ito yung minimum eh, di ba? So, sabi niya, para magkaroon ka ng uniform flow, kailangan i-adjust mo yung piping mo, no? Hindi yung variation is more than 20% above. Kasi ninyo, ito yung sample hydraulic calculation. The minimum is, I believe, 63.2. And the maximum for 10 nozzles is 66. So 63.2 times 1.2 maximum percentage variation. So you should not exceed 75.84. Yan. Kung halimbawa sumobra ka na doon, kailangan lakihan mo yung pipe size mo kasi ang laki na ng pressure loss mo sa system. Ibig sabihin niya sa Nfpa 16. Halimbawa naman, gusto mong i-calculate itong foam concentrate line. Ayan. Hindi ito water solution. Ito foam concentrate line. In order for you to determine the hydraulic calculation or the friction loss here, you cannot use the Hazen-William. Hazen-William is limited to Newtonian type fluids. Here, we have viscous flow and different non-Newtonian fluids. So, we have to use the Darcy-Weber formula. It's much complicated compared to the Hazen-William because it requires more inputs or values compared to the Hazen-William. It requires you what's the density, temperature, viscosity, SSU, blah, blah, blah. So a lot of things. And you also have to refer to the Moody diagram and other things. And there are certain programs or software that can able to use that. You just need to put what kind of foam and other inputs or the characteristic of the foam that you have in the system. Okay. Then after that, halimbawa, na-calculate na natin lahat. Ano ba yung kailangan nating discharge duration? Okay. In Nfpa 16, the foam solution shall be designed to discharge for a period of 10 minutes. And sabi ni Nfpa 16. However, if you go to other standard, like Nfpa 30, foam concentrate or foam water sprinkler system shall have at least 15 minutes of foam concentrate based on the required design flow rate. So, iba na naman to. Halimbawa, nagde-design ka in accordance with Nfpa 30. Although ni-refer ka kay Nfpa 16 to design as a standard, you still have to follow what is the requirement of Nfpa 30 or the code. If it is 15 minutes, you have to apply that one. Okay? In Nfpa 13, recommended discharge foam for mixers, launders, in solvent extraction facility should be 20 minutes. So, iba na naman to. So, lagi kang pupunta muna kung ano ba yung application mo. Sa Nfpa 33 ka ba? 13, 30. So, yun. Tingnan mo. Kung merong naka-specify na iba doon sa Nfpa 16, yun ang susundan mo. Kung mas stringent yung sa Nfpa 30, yun ang susundan mo. Yun ang requirement. Bakit ba natin hinahanap ito? Kasi, ito yung paraan para makuha natin yung minimum quantity of foam concentrate. Ano ba karaming foam ang kailangan ko? So, nag-calculate na ako, di ba? So, after calculation, so we determine that our foam required is 3.8. Ito yung required manufacturer or per design. Eh, sinundan ko flow duration is 10 minutes. So, total discharge in the hydraulic calculation multiplied multiplied by 3%, which is 0.03 times the duration. This is the minimum amount foam concentrate that you need to use inside your tank. Okay? So, siyempre, wala naman na yung 194. So, go sa next higher, like 200 or 250 liters of foam concentrate or foam tank. So, yan ang pag-design ng system. So, almost complete na tayo. And so, it's just in my case only, but we don't have much time. Yan lang. There was a case in my experience that said, oh, I have to use 6.5, the density. Sabi ko sa kanya, hindi mo pwede kasing gamitin yung 6.5. That's the minimum, sabi lang ni code o ni standard. Kaya lang, sabi niya, you have to refer also to the occupancy classification. Eh, yung room na pinoprotektahan ko ay isang generator, diesel engine, of course, with diesel engine. So according to Nfpa 20, ang diesel generator, sabi niya, or diesel engine, is considered as extra hazard occupancy. Okay, extra hazard occupancy group 2. Sabi niya dun sa kanino, di ba, sa Nfpa 16, minimum area required is 65. Anong density na gagamitin ko? 12.2 PM per square meter or 0.3 GPM per square foot. Nagkaroon kami ng matagal na discussion ito. Up to the point na sakto lumabas yung UAE fire code. Yung UAE fire code is only for your reference only. No? It's just a good table showing the different kinds of hazards. What is the required density, what is the design area, and the full concentrate duration that is required. Okay? So yun na. Sabi sa niya, ito sakto. Lumabas na ito ni UAE fire code. Tama ng 465 and sorry. Density should be at least 12.2. Yan. Kasi kung 6.5 lang, no? Yung halimbawa kung ang requirement mo ay 300 gallons per 300 gallons, ay kung ni contractor is 150 gallons kasi half lang ng density na sinasabi niya. Ayun. So kailangan intindihin natin 'yon, no? Based upon the classification of occupancy. Okay. Last part is the inspection, testing, and maintenance. We'll make faster for this one. So we have flashing. Okay, so flashing naman, kapag meron tayong underground system, we have to flush the system before we connect any of the above ground. So normally we have the table then, the Nfpa 13 is based upon the area of the underground pipe multiplied by the 3 meters per second. No? Area times the velocity is equal to cubic meter per second. Okay. Hydrostatic test, ito lang, bigyan ko lang to ng konting emphasis, no? Kasi sa hydrostatic test, minsan ang dami nagkakaproblema dyan. Nagtatalo-talo eh. Halimbawa, lalo sa mga high-rise building, ano ba talagang testing, anong pressure ang gagamitin ko? Laging tatandaan, hydrostatic test, the minimum is 200 PSI. However, that's the minimum. There's another requirements here that or at 50 PSI in excess of maximum static pressure where the maximum static pressure exceeds 150 PSI. Halimbawa, yung the system pressure is at 250 PSI. Hindi ka pwedeng gumamit ng 200 PSI din, no? Na hydrostatic test. So 250 plus 50 PSI. So yun yung kailangan mong pang-test doon sa piping mo that is exposed to 250 PSI system pressure. Nangyari yan sa mga building on time sa Qatar. So, tinesting lang ng aming engineer na 200 PSI. High-rise building. Ang pressure dun sa system is 220. Ayun, after several years, nagka-leak sa system. Ayun. Ang hirap nang i-modify. Ang daming leak na nangyari sa system because of the misunderstanding for the hydrostatic test. So you just make sure that you are aware what is the maximum static pressure or the system pressure. Normally, ang system pressure, madali lang yan eh. Yan ay normally the churn pressure of the fire pump plus the suction pressure. Halimbawa, churn pressure of the fire pump is 200 PSI. Ano ba yung suction pressure mo? Kung water tank lang yan, times gamma TDH lang yan eh. Di ba? Kung halimbawa nakakonekta ka sa city main, so ano lang yung static pressure mo, add mo, ayun na yung system pressure mo. Okay. We have the proportioning system testing. Ito na, yung sabi ko. Ano ba natin ginagawa itong foam concentration determination test? We have only 3 more slides to go before we finish. In order for you to determine how much concentrate does the foam concentrate gives you, okay, you have to do a test. This is called the foam concentration determination test. We are one of the personnel there in Qatar who established this foam concentration determination test. It was approved by the civil defense and it was applied to all the buildings there in Qatar. So, paano ba natin ginagawa ito? Ang ginagawa lang dito ay mini-measure lang natin yung conductivity because we're using a conductivity meter here, although we have 2 options, either conductivity meter or the refractivity meter. So, mas madaling gamitin yung conductivity meter, no? So, we have here a device called the conductivity meter. measures the conductivity of the solution or the liquid. So the more the foam concentrate inside the water or in the foam solution, higher the conductivity. Okay. So ano ba ginagawa natin? Una, kukuha lang muna tayong sample. Wala pa tayong i-discharge na foam. So kuha ka ng sample at water. And after that, kuha ka ng sample ng 1%. Ano ba ginagawa yung 1%? Simple lang. Gamit ka itong weighing scale. Ang 99 grams of water plus 1 gram of foam, that's equivalent to concentrate. Sa tangke ng foam concentrate is equivalent to 1%. Same. Grams of foam concentrate, 8 grams of water from the system. 3%, we have 3 grams of foam concentrate and 97 grams of water. Let's measure only what is the conductivity for 1, 2, and 3%. Okay. After that, once you got all the values, that's the time you have to do the actual foam test. The test line. Charge mo yan, and then after 20, 30 seconds, stop the test. I don't want to lose more foam. Yan. Ito mangyari, talagang punong-puno ng foam yan. Yan. So, kukuha ka ng sample anywhere from that area, you just check what is the concentration, what is the conductivity. And then you have to plot it. Example of the Ministry of Interior in Qatar. So here we have this for the 2%, we have 7, 3% we have around 0.33, 4% we have like 0.37. Okay. And then the foam discharge is around 0.37 or 35, something like that. Okay. So we can able to determine ano ba yung percentage ko talaga na pinoproduce ng foam concentrate ko. It's around 3.75. Requirement ni code, sorry, ni standard. The standard says, for positive proportioning with pumps or pressure controlled bladder tanks, the percentage at minimum listed flow shall be at the maximum percentage of manufacturer requirement plus 30% or 1% point, whichever is less. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Halimbawa, ang foam concentrate ko is 3%. Times 1.3, it's equivalent to 3.9 or 4, whichever is less. So ang gagamitin ko, hindi dapat lumagpas ng 3.9, but hindi ka dapat bumaba ng 3%. So yan yung criteria to do this. And there's some environmental concerns about the foam disposal. There are different kinds of disposal, discharge to wastewater, and you can even use solar evaporation if it is allowed by the local government. Send it to wastewater treatment. Normally, we're using this option. Okay, and also for the maintenance, we also have to do a sample foam concentrate every year. Send it to the laboratory to verify these properties are still not. Then maybe there's something wrong in the system, and you have to check it with manufacturer if these values will the foam can able to extinguish the fire or it will function intendedly. Have inspection, testing, maintenance, you just need to go to the Nfpa 25. And that's all po. Sobra-sobra na ako sa oras. Salamat po ng maraming sa inyong pakikinig at sana ay okay natutunan. Sir Ronel?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Wala yata ang video ko. O yun. Are you done, sir?
Sir. Ano, sir?
So the time is 1:25. Mukhang iba dito hindi pa nagla-lunch, no?
Mga sir, pasensya na. Napahaba yung ano.
Okay lang. Medyo mas kuha nila to, mas gusto nila to. Jonah? Are you there? Are you still there?
Yes, sir.
Jonah. Jonah from Laguna.
Press.
Si Jonah po.
President Cho ito, President Cho.
Hindi kasi si Jonah sabi ko baka kaya niya, baka pwede niya i-handle yung, ipalabas yung question and answer para masagot ni Gan. O si Kwan na lang, si Don. Don, are you here? Are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Opo, andito po. Opo.
Pwede natin mabasa yung mga kung may mga questions para masagot ni
check ko, sir.
Sir Jaime.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Si Jonah po.
Ito.
Ayan. Sige, Ma'am Jonah. Go ahead.
Tuloy ka na lang, John, yung mga questions.
Oh, yes po.
Mabasa yung mga questions. Para masagot ni Jaime. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Mukhang wala naman puro lang nangangamusta eh.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Jonah.
Sige, Ma'am Jonah. Go ahead.
Tuloy ka na lang, John, yung mga questions.
May question. Ito lang yung kanina from kay Sir Rex Di Maala.
Yes, what is the question, please? Wala yata ang net ni Jonah.
Okay, unmute na rin si Sec Armand Imata, no?
Yes, sir. Opo. Hanapin ko po.
Nawala si Jonah.
Naka-mute ako.
Sir, si Sir Arman.
I'm checking the chat group daw kung may mga question dito na kailangan sagutin ni Sir Jaime. So, Mario, thanks. Nagpa-thank you. Si Ismael Pontanilla requesting a copy. Noel Sumalinog, thank you. Doc Nunez regarding sa foam. Ito, from Doc Nunez of Iloilo Guimaras chapter, no? So regarding the foam system, ano influent, how severe it is compared to other wastewater effluent? What are the compliance requirements with ENB DNR, if any? I don't know kung aware si Sir Jaime about the regulation of DNR and the Environmental Management Board, no?
Yes, sir. I am not so aware about the DNR compliance. But kaya normally, dapat talaga kapag yung test line mo, kaya sabi ko, napaka-importante, yung test line mo na location, ay meron kang pagbabagsakan nito para makolekta mo. Kasi kapag discharge mo to, especially to sea or any water system, talagang malaking epekto nito sa sa mga isda o sa other other environments, kasi talagang mataas ang biological content, the BOD nito, talagang malakas ang consumption ng oxygen nito, so talagang mamamatay yung mga fish nito. So normally ginagawa dito, just to give an information, although I cannot able to answer directly that question about the DNR requirements there. Here, we usually collect it here properly in a proper location because we design it in advance, so we can able to collect that one, and we send it to the wastewater treatment services. Ayun, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, pero once na nag-discharge to at matamaan ka, water and soap lang to, Sir Jaime, tama?
Sir, according sa SDS, normal standard SDS ng foam solution, you just need to wash your eyes in case thoroughly lang, sabi.
Okay.
Pati sa hands mo, talagang kailangan mo lang lang. Kasi pagka hindi mo hinugasan agad, kakate.
Okay, so some comment from Apostol Enrico Arga. Hope we can ask the PDF. Si Sir Jun Torno, thanks to both. Jules Lara, maraming salamat. Okay, puro thank you.
From Arnel Cabanatan Press.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Do you recommend the use of foam adductor for fire truck?
Sir Jaime.
Yan talaga ginagamit natin pagka yung mga manual. Ay dito sa amin sa Baracan Nuclear Power Plant, ginagamit talaga natin yan, yung adductor na yan. Yung mga bumbero namin, fire brigade namin, may sarili kaming bumbero. Pilipino rin yung mga bumbero namin dito, talagang ginagamit namin. Kaya recommended yan, sir. Ayos yan.
So, every foam system dapat may proportioning equipment talaga, sir.
Yes, sir. Dapat talaga.
Yun doon sa tanong.
Question from Noel Sumalinog, sir. Regarding sa foam concentrate, may expiration ho ba?
Yeah, sir. Probably, as far as I know, 10 to 15 years, but you always have to consult the manufacturers.
Yeah, sir, I may from CamGuard out to the technical data sheets. Sa CamGuard kasi, if properly stored, hindi siya contaminated, aabot daw siya ng 30 years. From CamGuard, basta properly stored.
That's correct, sir. That's correct. Tama yan, tama yan.
Properly stored and dapat hindi contaminated yung foam agent. Okay, Sir Sammy Perez, you're saying something?
Gusto ko lang i-share yung experience ko as a fireman volunteer sa Aramco. We applied so many of this foam system during fire, particularly pagka meron tayong tank farm leak sa tank farm, no? So,
Pang nawala ka, Sir Sammy.
Sir Sam?
Nawala.
yeah. Okay, we always use this. Nga, sabi nga kanina ni Sir Jaime, para blanket natin yung mga hydrocarbon, no? And this is very effective, particularly yung etropolep, fluoroputin. At laging dala-dala sa truck, yung mga adapter, at saka yung inline adapter, laging yan ang ginagamit namin. We have a drum of foam, at doon na lang siya nasaksak yung inlet nun. That's simple. That's simple. Thank you. That's all.
Sir Sammy, for sharing your experience, sir.
So yung isasaksak lang parang doon sa parang hose valve.
Yeah, may hose yun eh.
I think that is covered by Nfpa 11 for a semi-fixed foam system. Question. Yung foam concentrate namin dito nakalagay sa pump house kasama ng mga engine namin. It is correct, tama ba daw yon, sir?
Hindi ako sure doon sa question, pero kung ini-store yung foam concentrate, like gaya nga ng sabi ko, don't store foam concentrate near to the heating equipment, especially if it is the ambient temperature can reach more than the requirement of the or the allowable requirement from the manufacturer. Kasi masisira yung yung foam concentrate mo. Instead na 30 years yan, baka 5 years lang sira na or less than 5 years.
Okay. Balang question ko dyan, sir. So kung hindi mawiwasan yan, of course, magkakaroon ng mga thermal expansion sa loob. Pwede na ba nalagyan na lang ng thermal relief valve?
Hindi, sir. Base talaga sa ambient temperature, sir. Regardless kung maglalagay ka ng pressure relief or any types of valve that will release the excessive pressure, no? Just in case na nagkaroon ng increase ng pressure doon sa containment.
Okay.
Ito pa ang question, Pres.
Go ahead, check.
Can we attach a fixed water spray system or foam system in a wet pipe system? Or combination?
Normally sa mga building na high-rise dito, sa genset rooms. So, Chairman.
Paano gusto mangyari na halimbawa may existing, sir, na
wet pipe,
wet pipe tapos gusto ng kaya lang ang question agad doon halimbawa punta ka sa Fire Code of the Philippines or sa ESJ, unang tanong papayagan ka ba na maglagay ng foam system doon, sir? Ayun ang unang question kung pwede o hindi. Most probably hindi ka payagan ng Bureau of Fire.
Maybe this is a separate system, sir.
Kung separate system, sir, yan pwede.
Say you have a wet pipe, then dun sa genset room or
pwede,
malit ka na fuel storage room. Yung source ng tubig mo ng water dun sa foam, sprinkler system o water spray foam system, pwede na siya itap dun sa linya ng sprinkler, sir.
Sir, pwede yun. Pwede tayo magkaroon ng ganong klaseng rectifications sa system. Pwede yun, sir.
Okay.
Pero pa isa question, Pres.
Yeah.
Since deluge tayo, how many years to replace the battery of the engine?
What engine? Engine ng genset, ng power pump, o ng engine ng what?
Hindi klaro doon sa tanong eh.
Or
Coming
baka
from,
yung yung atmospheric, yung pump concentrate niya, then yung pump pump niya is operated by an engine. Meron ba nun, Sir Jaime?
Hindi ako
replacement
sure,
ng
sir, sa
battery.
tanong. Hindi ako sure sa tanong.
Since deluge tayo, sir, how many years to replace the battery of the engine? Hindi ko rin maintindihan bakit may engine eh.
Hindi ako sure, sir, sa tanong.
Baka yeah, if engine na diesel driven, say you have a diesel driven pump. Okay?
Ganon.
May kwan yan eh, pa-check na lang yung Nfpa 25 no. Or Nfpa 25, parang may table yan doon with regards to the replacement ng parts no. Kung yan ay sa say pump na diesel driven,
Kung halimbawa battery ang sinasabi do sa diesel, so still manufacturer and Nfpa 25 will be used.
yes, correct.
Kailangan testing natin yung battery every 6 months or whatever is the manufacturer's recommendation.
Yeah.
Yung test ng natin battery.
Yes, sir. May kwan yan sec eh. May procedure yan sa Nfpa 25 na pag-test
Yes,
ng battery.
Tama, sir, meron.
Okay. Doon sa ITM yun eh, ba, Pras?
Yes, sir.
ITM. Meron pa isa question. Is it advisable to use foam sprinkler system in highly medical testing laboratory for viruses and man-animal testing? Mukhang napupunta na tayo sa coronavirus dito.
Yes,
airtight and watertight areas lang. Salamat po. Pero pagka ganong laboratory, hindi na ginagamit ang foam dyan kasi wala naman.
Ang concern natin, sir, papatay natin yung sunog eh. Parang hindi na related dun sa
hindi
dun sa medical
Yep, malayo eh.
Malayo, sir.
Yung joke ni Sir Armanda. Sir.
Sir Aris, hinahanap po yung joke mo.
Hindi, mamaya magano tayo. Magbibideo ko, Press. Pwede ba sila?
Magbibideo
Meron akong video doon.
Joke.
Wait. Okay. Ilang video yan, sir? Ilang joke yan?
Dalawang video. Hindi joke to. Video para sa foam tsaka sa water spray. Meron ako dito eh.
Sige, baka may question sila sa video mo. Sige, that's parang
kasi may mga question si Sir Sammy kanina tungkol doon sa applicability ng water spray sa combustible liquid. Pakita ko lang dito kung ano talaga ang risk. Kasi I was able to be involved sa firefighting talaga ng LPG fire. Actual yun. Kaya sabi ko, yung mga applications na yan, familiar din ako. Kaya hindi talaga, wala nang ibang pwede pang patay dyan, kundi isara mo yung valve habang pinalalamig mo yung tangke. And in doing that, kailangan meron kang water application.
Sige, tanong ko si Sir Jaime. May time pa ba siya Sir Jaime?
Sige, sir.
Sige, go ahead, Sec. The floor is yours.
Okay, i-share ko lang yung yung wait lang bukas.
So testing yan ng foam. So maybe may actual discharge test dyan. Then probably if the participants have questions, so para masagot pa ng ating speaker.
Paano to?
Lakas ng ulan dito sa amin, sa Batangas. Lakas ng ulan.
Paano to? Paano ko i-share to? Share ako, no?
Share screen, sir. Sa share screen.
Punta ka sa baba, green, share screen.
Oo nga.
Yung secretary mo, wala ba?
Makain eh. Asan ba?
Antayin namin yung joke ni Sir Aris.
Oo, mamaya. Papakita ko muna yung video.
Makakain mo, wala pa yung joke.
Oo nga. Ano ba yung foam mo? Uratex ba o Mandawi?
Bubuksan ko muna dito. Okay. Yan na yun. O, paano ko share yan?
Pres Ronel, may singit ko.
Yes
Paano
po.
yung copy
Oh.
of presentation?
Hindi nga,
Ano ba-
paano ko
Ano
babalik?
Ma'am Jonah, yung copy?
Bubuksan yung share eh. Yung screen kanina, paano? So, okay. Ba't hindi? Dapat nakabukas dito.
Ayan na.
Parang,
Yan.
kita nyo ba? Hindi.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yung yung LPG firefighting.
Kita, sir.
Ah, kita?
Kita po.
Ito lang, ayan.
Okay,
yung
sige,
mga
buksan ko
files
na. English ko lang muna. Asan ba yun? Ito.
Home by to sec? Sir, Aris, home by to? Home by
Actually,
to?
ano to, para dun sa question ni, yung relevance nung water spray pagka mga petrochemical.
Okay.
Kasi
Kala
ang,
ko-
ang sabi niya, kailangan patayin sa valve. Actually, ito application na to, i-cool down mo muna yung tanke using yung hose talaga, fire hose, and then you can shut off the valve sa ibaba para mawala yung apoy. Pero I also have a video doon sa foam. Shortcut lang to. Siguro mamaya na siguro ano muna natin to. Total, pwede ko naman pakita sa Wednesday to eh. I also have one here.
One thing, sir, kaya tinanong ko kung foam yon because again, foam is not applicable for a pressurized
Yes,
gas.
oo. Tsaka ang purpose actually, papaliwanag ko pa yan doon sa sa fire chemistry natin sa Wednesday.
Sige.
Ito self-expanding foam. Ito yung sinabi ni Engineer Jaime kanina na low density na type ng foam, no? Ibig sabihin, isasuffocate mo yung vapor para hindi siya kumalat. For example, you light up a pan fire like that, no? Merong data. So, if you reignite and then you try to use foam here, ilang seconds lang, patay na kaagad yung apoy, no? Kasi it's highly combustible, gasoline, ha? Kasi kumalat na kaagad yung foam. In 13 seconds, wala na kaagad yung gasoline fire mo. Now, they use also a very big tank, no? Ito, 82 feet diameter or about 25 meters. So, inapuyan nila yung tangke ng gasolina na 35 meter in diameter. Pagka ganyan nangyari, unstoppable na yan, dire-diretso na yan. Pero if you use what you call as the low density foam na talagang i-envelope muna yung surface ng fuel, saglit lang yan, mawawala na, mamamatay na. Yun ang effectivity ng foam sa mga surface fires.
Ano yan, Sek? All they have to do dyan is to pull down yung adjacent.
Hindi, meron na meron na sa gilid yan, no? Nakita mo yon, yung bumuga na yon. Naka-equip na kaagad siya ng foam, foam protection, fire protection. Nakita mo, sinara kaagad yung surface ng fuel, kaya mamatay apoy.
Yeah.
In short, yan, suffocation by using low density foam, no? Now, kung pwede, ipapakita ko naman na I'll just jump into another type of foam. Ito naman yung sinasabing high density foam. diniscuss kanina, no? Ano yun? Ito naman sa, sa aircraft hangar naman to, no? Ginamit sa aircraft hangar.
Baka kuan yan, yung tawag nito, high expansion foam.
Yes, high expansion
generator.
naman.
That's the foam generator. Kanina sir na present ni ni Sec Arman, yung inventor ng foam na yon. Actually ngayon alam ko nilalaban niya pa rin sa Nfpa kasi masyadong mapolitika doon sa Nfpa. Pero approved na siya doon sa mga UK sa UK codes. Pero napakaganda talaga ng foam na yun, na imbento na yun. Kakaibang klaseng foam yun eh.
Ito naman sa aircraft hangar. Naririnig nyo ba? May sound yan eh.
Yes,
Naririnig nyo?
Hindi
Ha?
po. Hindi.
Hindi, pero tingnan nyo na lang paano mag-generate ng foam. This is actually for an
Dito nga, wala lang sound.
This is actually for an aircraft hangar, yung paradahan ng aeroplano.
High expansion foam ito. It's a foam generator.
Speaker. Yung speaker.
So, yun ang pangalawang video na pinakita ko. Basically, para sa yan, sa aircraft hangar. I don't know, Engineer Jaime, can you comment on what was shown? Engineer Reyes, Jaime Reyes.
Sir. Yes,
Can
sir.
you comment? Can you comment on what was shown? Can you ba yung video?
Yes, sir. Those that foam generator, it's actually handled under Nfpa 11. That's high expansion foam. It can able to produce expansion rate up to 1,000. So, like for example, if you have 1 cubic meter of foam solution, you can have 1,000 cubic meter of foam when you discharge that one. So, we usually use that one for aircraft hangars or other application that requires full foam inside the room.
Okay, Sek, paki-unshare na lang para makita yung nagsasalita.
And then kanina, shinare ni Sec Armando yung sa foam kanina. Napakaganda ng foam na yon. Kaya nga lang sabi ko, up to date, may problema pa ata sila. Parang masyadong mapolitika dun sa Nfpa. Gusto niyang ipasok yung type ng foam niya, ng doktor na nakaimbento nun. Kaya lang, ewan ko kung okay na sa Nfpa or pwede na mailagay yun sa mga standard yung kanyang foam na naimbento. Bago yun eh. Maganda yung foam na naimbento na yun.
Yan.
But Sir Jaime, ang sinasabi mong bagong invention is only the foam concentrate?
The foam concentrate only, sir. Iba yung ano niya, chemical content niya. Yung kaninang, yung unang pre-present ni Sec Arman.
Yeah, that is testing number. Pero kasi, yung video, sir, kasi of course, hindi na ito sa presentation ni Sir Jaime because this is covered under NFA 11, no? Kasi
Yes, sir.
dun sa NFA 11, depende sa, kasi nakita ko ang daming discharge sa, discharge sa, what do you call this, devices, no? Nakapaikot,
Devices.
dami. So dun sa NFA 11 kasi, which is the standard for low, medium, and high expansion, may number of discharge
Foam
devices,
makers.
foam maker
Depende sa diameter.
Yes.
That's
So yun, natagtad eh. Kaya ang bilis ng pag-blanket
siguro yan.
Oh, bilis
Naka-apekto.
ng pag-blanket. Ngayon doon naman sa host, Sec Ares, no? Kung assuming na may foam yun, no? May mga application techniques yan. Hindi mo pwede i-dediretso yun sa fire. So tatlong mga techniques yan. You have the rain down, the bounce off, and the roll in. So, meaning to say, kung nandyan ang apoy sa harap mo, wag mo itatama yung throw ng foam mo dun sa apoy mismo. But, bago mag-apoy, so magro-roll in lang yung foam noon papunta dun sa apoy para i-blanket niya. Or i-rain down mo, itutok mo na sa taas, babagsak lang yung foam. Or, hanap ka ng obstruction na pwede mo i-bounce yung foam solution mo, then babalik yan, magro-roll yan papunta dun sa source ng apoy. Hindi mo siya pwede i-diretso dun sa apoy.
Tama yun, sir. Tama yun.
Okay, may naka-share pa sa'yo rin to, Sec?
Wala na muna. Kung bibigay tayo, tuloy yung Wednesday natin, nandun yung iba eh. Para doon sa fire chemistry.
Okay, kanitong Swiss fire protection.
Sa Marikina Pifpo, pwede pa exit muna yung share.
Kayo po, kung sino po nag-share siya, makaka-exit. Ayun, okay. So, let's have final words from Sir Jaime. No? Then maybe we'll end now this two topics na presentation. Medyo mahaba na. It should be end by 12 o'clock, but I extended my presentation ng 1 hour. Definitely, magkakaroon ng effect yan kay Sir Jaime. So, magto 2 o'clock na, so almost nag-extend tayo ng 2 hours. No? So, any parting words, Sir Jaime?
Wala naman, sir, at good luck na lang. Salamat na marami sa Pifpo din sa pagkakataon na binigay nyo. Talagang napaka-encouraging ng ginagawa ng Pifpo sa maraming organization sa Pilipinas. Isa talagang Pifpo sa talagang sobrang caring, hindi lang sa mga members, kahit sa iba, no? Yung mga ganitong mga free seminar talagang makatulong sa iba, imbis na tumambay, kumain, pagbibigay ng information, further knowledge sa mga kasama nating mga Pilipino. And good luck to everybody, sir. Thank you, Pres Ronel.
I hope wala lang question. Ikaw, Sec, ano parting word mo, Sec? Aris, sir. Magkaroon ka mag-invitation.
Hindi, sa Wednesday may bibigay uling seminar si Pres Ronel tungkol sa ano nga yung topic natin, Pres?
Topic mo yun, sir. Basic of Fire and Fire Science.
Oo nga pala. May kasama ka rin doon, di ba?
Water-based ako, water-based fire pro.
Sa water-based si Pres Ronel. Anyway, ang parting joke actually, hindi pa tayo tapos.
Ano pala?
Pwede ko ba ituloy?
Yes, lalo na
Pwede
yung
ko ba ituloy?
lalo na yung Tarlac chapter, yan ang inaabangan ng Tarlac.
Ano?
Yan ang inaabangan ng Tarlac chapter, yung joke.
Oo nga eh. Pakita natin yung hindi na na-discuss last time, no? Nakita nyo na yata to yung tungkol sa lason, di ba?
Okay,
Yung pang-anim na lang, Sir Aris.
6 na lang, 6 great confusions, no?
Yung 6, yung pang-6, di ba?
So meron kang sa movie theater ba? Kanino ba yung armrest na nandun? Sa iyo ba o sa kabila? Yun yung mga nakakalito dyan eh. Anyway, nag-discuss na nga natin doon. Yung huli nila siguro, no? Yung sikat pala na to kay ni Sec Dona. Mga kalabuan sa English language. Bakit yung funeral daw nag-uumpisa sa fun? Ay, ba yun? Tapos, bakit yung fireman tinawag na fireman sa halip na waterman?
Were invented over 120 years ago.
Naku, nakikita niyo ba?
Wala.
Ano ba
nakashare? Hindi mo na-share.
Babasahin mo, naintindihan namin.
Sandali lang ha. Paano ko share?
Ay, nandito pala si Jendan na nakikita ko. Jendan, good afternoon.
Yeah. Nakashare na, no? Kita nyo na?
Yes.
Kita nyo na? Kita nyo na?
Talagang naka-PowerPoint na, ha?
Okay. So, sabi nga, bakit yung funeral start with the fun, di ba? Tapos, bakit yung fireman, tinawag na fireman, hindi siya waterman? Di ba tubig ang dala niya? How come lipstick doesn't do what it says? Ibig sabihin, dapat tumidikit sa lips. Gulo, no? If money doesn't grow on trees, bakit meron tayong mga branches sa bangko? Tama?
Opo.
Pag vegetarian daw kumain ng vegetables, ano kinakain ng humanitarian? And then, how do you get off on a non-stop flight? Pagka non-stop by aeroplano, makakababa ka? Non-stop eh. And then the last is, why are goods sent by ship called cargo and those sent by truck shipment? Ito pa. Bakit nilalagay mo yung tasa sa dishwasher pero yung plato nilalagay mo sa cupboard? Bakit ang tawag mo rush hour? Ang traffic nga doon, ang bagal. Diba? How come noses run pero yung feet smell? Pag may sipon ka, di ba ang tawag no, running nose? Why do they call it TV set? Pero isa lang naman siya. What are your vacation when you go on vacation? What are you What are you vacating pala to when you go on vacation? Ano binabakante mo kung nasa bakasyon ka? Bakit nga dapat, di ba? Yun lang, next time na iba. Press.
Okay, so
May tanong ako, sir.
Ha? Bitin?
Tanong ako.
Okay na, press.
Okay na. So, with that na, I'd like to thank first is Engineer Jaime Reyes, no, for the time. Sana maulit ito, sir.
Sure. Welcome, sir.
And I saw several BODs rito, like Secretary, our National Secretary Aris Imata. You have Director Edwin Soriano, the former BP chief, no, FSED chief, no, si Engineer or General Dan Cabrera, who is our Pifpo BP external. Okay? Sino pa ba? Andito ba si Sir Fred Cabaco? Si Sir Rodel Paris, nakita ko rin kanina.
Present.
Rodel.
Ayan, si Sir Rodel, no, director natin sa national. Kumbaga, siya yung bongo ng Pifpo. assistant to the president yan. Kaya kung may kailangan ako, nakikisuyo lang ko kay Rodel eh. Kasi kung yan eh, bonggo yan eh. Okay, sino pa nandito ng BOD?
May isang bote ako rito ah.
Si Sir Lito Balasig pala, nandito.
Present.
Ayan, yung mga national president, nakita ko si Sir John Torno, si from Laguna, si Sir Joe Francisco, si Sir Eric from Tarlac. Si Sir Ray Ramirez nandito din yata, no? Si Dion ba nandito?
Yes, present sir, present.
Christian Parungaw nandiyan ah.
Tarlac yan, Tarlac.
Tarlac. Sige.
Meron din meron din Pampanga si BOD lang ata ng ng Pampanga.
Okay, so anybody want to speak pa before we end this?
See you sir Wednesday.
Si Doc Nunez from Iloilo Guimaras. You want to say something, Doc?
See you sa Wednesday na lang sir.
Nandun ka na naman.
Wala tayo magawa.
Sige, maganda to. No? Sa mga chapter president, no, nagbabala kasi yung BOD na magkaroon tayo muna ng meeting via Zoom din sa mga chapter president. So sana lahat magkaroon kayo lahat ng Zoom account.
Yes sir.
Okay
sir, sige. Ganda yan.
May mga suggestion ng BOD, no, kung anong mga na dapat natin gagawin while still in quarantine time, no. Medyo malayo pa, may 2 weeks more, no, or more than 2 weeks more. So with that,
Mga chapter president sir.
Yes sir. Expect nyo mga Thursday or Friday yan.
Sige.
Okay? Or anytime convenient to you, just suggest lang doon sa GC ng chapter president. And kung may mga recommendation kayo, let us know by during that meeting. Okay, so thank you everybody. Kanina umabot tayo ng 98 dito, no? 98 participants. Of course, pababa yan. Now we are 70 na lang, no? So thank you everyone and please keep learning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ed Mesias.
Thank you rin pala kay
Press, may tanong pa nga pala ako.
Ano?
Ano to? Last joke.
Thank you.
Ano ang difference
Sige, Engineer Ed Mesias.
Anong difference kang?
Ano ang difference ng tire sa 365 used condoms?
For anybody who would like to answer. A tire, what is the difference between a tire and a 365 pieces used condom?
Used condoms, gamit na, ibig sabihin.
Ano, bata rito, no?
Sirit.
Wala. Yung tire, yung tire kasi, it's a good year. Yung 365 condoms is a great year.
Thank you, Sek. Hope you have a great year, Sek.
Sige. See you on Wednesday.
Sek, have a great year.
Okay, see you Wednesday.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Press, may singit ko po, Press.
Well, yeah, Jonah, yes.
Na-record ko yung attendance natin. Sesend ko na lang. Kinuha ko yung mga attendance kanina. So, kinuha ko rin yung mga per chapter.
Sige, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Kayo, thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Doon, pasuyo na lang doon, end, no? End ng meeting.
Yes, sir. End meeting mo lang, sir. End meeting.
Sige, thank you. Thank you, Don, ha? Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Sa susunod ulit.